All right, good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. This Thursday, November 18th, 2021, Board of Education meeting is now called to order. The second item on our agenda is a moment of silence. We had a student in school that's impacted by gun violence this week. So I want to uplift that school, that family, the community that is navigating such a challenge. Gun violence has taken too many of our young boys of color. And so we really want to take this time to honor that family and think about Thank you. The next item on our agenda, celebrations. We have a student of the month, Mr. Sutter.
Board members, this is the best part of the month. I'd like to invite our team from New Tech High School to come in, and we have a student of the month to celebrate and a principal to do the celebrating with. Tonight's student of the month comes to us from New Tech High School wearing just the coolest mask I've seen in a very long time. And to introduce him to you, I would like to introduce Dr. Tanya Wright.
Thank you. Good evening. It brings me great pleasure to be here tonight to present to you our New Tech Scholar of the Month. He is an exceptional senior scholar at New Tech High School. He has worked extremely hard over the last 4 years to maintain A's and B's in both his high school classes and his university classes at Durham Tech. He plans to attend a 4-year university to study information technology. He was selected as Student of the Month because of his demonstration to set attainable goals as a high school and college student, as well as being an awesome role model for his peers and a change agent for his community. He understands that in order to bring about change, there must be a strategy to organize and mobilize people. He does not shy away from work that requires a voice for the marginalized. We all agree that he is wise beyond his years. His history teacher said his thoughtfulness and empathy helps him understand the problems of the world, and his energy and enthusiasm helps him craft and carry out solutions to those problems. Whether it's performing as social justice poetry readings or organizing food drives through New Tech Students Government Association, he is driven to make positive changes in our community, and we know he will. We are extremely proud of him and his commitment to the community and his New Tech High School community. Without further ado, I present to you the man of the hour, Mr. Ezekiel Leak, our New Tech Scholar of the Month.
Hey everyone, I would just like to say thank you. It has been a very, very eventful end of the year. I wasn't expecting any of this to happen. I remember wanting this award very bad during my sophomore year before things started to unfold and there was a whole pandemic. Then I started focusing more on myself. And out of nowhere, Miss Wright, she was like, I need to talk to you. And when a principal says I need to talk to you, it doesn't usually sound good, but she called me and said that I was a student of the month. So I just want to say thank you to you all for acknowledging me. Thank you for nominating me. Thank you to my family. Thank you to my friends who have supported me through this journey. I'm very grateful. Thank you all. It is time for me to get back to work. So thank you.
Before you get away from us, Mr. Lee, we do have a red carpet here that we are going to ask you to walk just to get the celebratory elbow bumps or whatever we're doing in these COVID days from our school board. We also have for you a certificate of appreciation, a Spark pin signifying your leadership as a student, and from our friends at Triangle E-Cycling, we have a very nice laptop. All the trim. Congratulations, Judy.
I get my.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay.
They're our partners, so we love them.
I'm sorry?
They're our community partners.
All right, there you go. Thank you. The photo, a couple of prints of the photo that Drew took of you as well, and there look really good. Thank you very much. Thank you. I love the delayed reaction applause that happens these days. Our next celebration is a Spark Award that is being given to one of our excellent transportation employees. I'd like to invite Matthew Palmer, Joe Harris, and Larry Williams in, as well as any supporters that are with them. And Joe Harris will present the award. Eventually.
All right, good evening. Dr. Mabingo, board members, distinguished guests, thank you for this opportunity tonight to be able to bring to you a dedicated employee of the Transportation Department. This employee has been with us more than 20 years of service. He's been dedicated the entire time. He's encountered many things during his 20 years, but he always keeps the great attitude of whatever you need me to do for the kids. With that being said, he's all about safety and what's in the best interest of our children, our students, the ones that we transport each and every day. Ladies and gentlemen, this gentleman has endured quite a bit during his time. And I won't speak to the great magnitude of what it is, but I can tell you it has involved a lot of things that a lot of people would have walked away and said, I give up. But every single time he said to me, I'll see you in the morning. That says a lot about who he is and what he stands for. And he stands for our students, our children, our future. Ladies and gentlemen, the man that I say, Mr. Safety, Mr. Be About the Children, I present to you none other than Mr. Larry Williams, Transportation Department school bus driver for 20 years.
Thank you. I am honored to be here today. And with those kind words from my boss, Mr. Harris, but I'd just like to share one or two things, if I may. My wife has accompanied me. I had an ordeal back in August that I was, a parent came upon the bus without my knowledge of being aggressive. He just came to be a normal student, a parent. I think he was coming to get his student, his child. But however, he came and punched me in the face, blindsided, sucker punch, whatever you want to call it. I have worked over the past about 45 years. I have been a social worker for 12 and a half years, CPS workers. I've been through a lot of mental health for about 20 years. I've been substitute teacher. I have, did salesman, I did retail, I did a little everything, but I never had been hit before. And this really hurt my feelings. It really did. I got angry, but then again, I started feeling sorry for the parent. So I think something may have been wrong why he did that. And to come to find out, he was angry with a past incident that happened, and he took it out on me. And at the same token, it hit me in another hard, situation where my brother had passed, and he stole my phone in the process, and I finally had to get my phone back because all my information was in my phone. I was planning on having that trip that weekend. So with my daughter help and my wife help, we was able to retrieve our phone with a friend of hers. But in saying all that, driving a bus is not always easy. It looks easy, but it's not always easy. And I would like for you all to know that when you do see a bus driver, think about you seeing, and not only a parent, but you're seeing a husband or a wife. You're also seeing someone that really cares about the student. And we all know that the pay is not always great, but you got to be dedicated to what you're doing. And I have encountered threats. I have encountered things before, but never been attacked on the blind side like I had that day. And it really caught me off guard. But at the same token, I was more concerned about going back to work, getting the students that I had on the bus at the time, and also going back, getting my second tier. And by we being short of help, it makes it very difficult because, I know my superiors and my manager, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kevin Johnson, he's working himself, almost each and every day, and also his other, my other superiors. So, I didn't want to compound, bother him because it really, they was busy themselves. But I was able to get through it. But a long story short is that, through prayer, I made it through, and I'm okay. And nothing seriously happened to this point. I was just very blessed. But to get hit twice, but nothing. I did nothing. Never even spoke to the guy. Never seen the guy but once. And just to share this with you, his son was on the bus. He was the first one I went to drop off. He refused to get off the bus. I think his son may have been scared of his father. I'm not sure. The child's mother did apologize. But it's just a matter that, when we drive in a bus and when you got angry parents in there, they're going to believe what the child say. We don't know what we're going to encounter, we just never know. And I only speak for myself, but I speak for other bus drivers out there going through the same thing and maybe just as worse. There's been one that, as y'all know about the shooting, and you had one about the one that came on the bus and slapped the guy, So we just never know what we're going to deal with, but we try to do the best I can. But at the same time, we need your support. And we thank you, Mr. Harris and Mr. Johnson, with our support, but we need your support and your prayers as well. So I do thank you for this time and letting me speak. Thank you.
Mr. Williams, we'd like to present you with this Spark pen, and this pen represents, is part of a program that represents the best of Durham Public Schools employees and students and community supporters who show leadership. And this pen is a mark of leadership, and we hope that you will wear it with pride. Thank you for everything that you've done for our students and for Durham Public Schools.
Thank you.
Did you want this?
No, that was good. That was, I didn't know what, I just want to make sure. All right, thank you.
And we have one last celebration. It's a celebration round 2 because we already celebrated her at her school last week. We have been honored to have been able to present Tori Creamer with the 2021-22 Durham Public Schools Principal of the Year Award. We did this in front of her faculty. There were a few tears. We completely failed to surprise her because principals know what's going on at their schools. I'm looking forward to the day when we're able to crowd people into a gym and to have students and teachers yelling their fool heads off without any masks on in celebration of a Teacher of the Year. But we wanted to bring her before you, give you the chance to say a few words, and for Dr. Mabenga to present you with a token of our appreciation. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Durham Public Schools Principal of the Year, and certainly the next Regional Principal of the Year, Dr. Tori Creamer.
No pressure. Thank you so much. To receive this honor once in my career is a huge, huge milestone, one that I never expected or anticipated. But to receive this honor after this past year, which has been so difficult for educators across our state, across our nation, a difficult year for our community and for our children, really, really means that much more to me. So I want to thank you for that. To my colleagues, my fellow principals, I want to let you know that it could be any one of us standing up here on any given day. I work with an amazing team of people from whom I learn so much, whom I rely on all of the time. And I really do appreciate the support that we are provided as a group of principals in Durham Public Schools. I had a pretty cushy gig before I came to Durham. I had grown up in one school district and really had no plans of ever leaving. But something about Creekside was compelling to me. Every time that principalship came open, and it happened a lot, usually every 12 to 18 months, I thought, oh, maybe I'll apply. And I finally did. So I've been here almost 4 years. I've not looked back, and I really appreciate all of the support that you provide for our students and our community. Thank you.
Dr. Kramer, I'm really excited to have you leading our largest elementary school in the district. As I made a few comments when we came to your school, I'm proud that I was the one that was able to hire you and to bring you to the district. And here you are, our principal of the year. So with that being said, I have a token of appreciation for all you do, and we look forward again to see you moving to the next level. All right, no pressure.
Thank you. Do I? Okay, all right. Yes. Thank you.
Madam Chair, board members, that completes celebrations for the evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sutteriff, and congratulations to all of our celebrants that we celebrated tonight. Also want to go back up, forgot to acknowledge our interpreters who are on with us tonight. Our interpreters are Martha Romo Iguirles and Marty Ramirez. So thank you all for helping our community get access to this meeting. So the next item on our agenda is the superintendent's update. Dr. Mavinga.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair, board members. I'd like to start my remarks with the event that's going to happen this Saturday, which is going to be a kickoff for our Destination DPS Student Enrollment Campaign, our virtual showcase of all our schools. The showcase of schools replaces our Magnet Fair, giving families who are entering or returning to Durham Public School an opportunity to get to know all 54, as a matter of fact, 55 of our schools, both neighborhood schools as well as application schools, because all of our schools are staffed with excellent teachers and staff who can help ignite the limitless potential of our students. We are online from 10 to noon this Saturday, November 20th, and we look forward to being able to repeat this in person next year. Also, board members, we had an excellent COVID-19 vaccination clinic at Hillside last Saturday, working with our many partners such as Chopper Hill Pediatrics, World for Life, Latin 19, and Durham County Health Department. Working together, they were able to deliver 484 vaccinations. If we can break this down, 308 doses to 5 to 11-year-olds, 28 doses to 12 to 18-year-olds, and 148 adult doses, most likely was boosters. We are returning to Hillside for second doses December 4th. The upcoming clinics include a clinic with El Santo Hispano at Bragdon on November 19th from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. and Eastway Elementary on November 20th from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. El Santo will canvassing communities ahead of the clinics to encourage vaccinations as well. Let me also take this opportunity, board. I just wanted to say to provide you an update on our Spark Scholars remote learning program. It has current enrollment of 30 students. 37% of those students are in the sophomore and junior year at a high school, and 40% of students receiving exceptional children's services. The Office of Student Assignment has begun offering seats to Tier 2 families. All students are enrolled and participating in virtual learning, and DPS IT has fulfilled 100% of devices and credential requests. Spark is fully staffed with veteran EC teachers Michelle Vincent and veteran guidance counselor Christy Rochford. Both have extensive experience in compliance, accountability, and advocacy for students and families. The Spark program coordinator and guidance school counselors are currently working with middle school and high school administrators, social workers, and guidance school counselors to identify students who are not attending schools and may qualify post-fac. Let me also take this wonderful opportunity to provide an update about the state budget. On balance, I'm glad that the legislature has been able to agree on a state budget for the first time since 2018, and that governor can accept it. And I'm very glad that there are finally state salary increases for teachers and staff, as well as state bonuses. However, the legislature has put into place an unusual teacher supplement aimed at 95 counties, excluding ours and 4 others. Our state already offered supplement for 66 so-called low wealth counties and 28 so-called small counties. So they're an important precedent for the state supporting counties with fewer resources. But it's odd to see this additional supplement. Johnson narrowly asked to exclude only Durham, Buncombe, Guilford, Mecklenburg, and Wake County. I have not had a chance to talk to my other colleagues from those 4 districts, but I just wanted to bring it up here for all of us to reflect on this practice, and hopefully there are going to be other steps adjusting this practice, which is not fair to us. If I can just elaborate a little bit, the cost of living in the Triangle area, very different compared to other places. Just to be able to single us out, it's not really a good practice. And hopefully our stakeholders and everybody will be able to reflect on this. Now, I'm gonna move to another topic here. Board, I'm very, very pleased, on the other hand, to share that the retention bonuses that you have approved are going out this week, as a matter of fact, tomorrow, to our permanent employees who were with us at 20 and 21 academic year, as well as current substitute employees who are on average work last year for 20 hours a week or more. The total bonus before taxes for full employees is gonna cost us $1,538.50. I want to repeat this, $1,538.50. So we'll make sure tomorrow everybody will get $1,000 in their bank accounts. We are making the most of our SR funding, not only to retain and thank our employees, but also to ensure that we are addressing the other costs of the COVID-19 pandemic to student learning, to our facilities, and student and staff health. We met with our employees, we got input from them how they wanted us to spend that $150 million from SR funds. And I'm glad that we're finding a way to address all those needs. Let me take this opportunity just to respond to a few of our employees who have emailed us asking about the possibility of more mental health awareness days, such as the one that we had after Veterans Day. We are looking carefully at the calendar and exploring options, but we have other things to consider. We are having conversation with the Board of Elections over whether we need to take a work day for the primary elections. We have to account for potential inclement weather as well. And we have to ensure that we are meeting our statutory requirement for days and hours of classroom instruction. But we are looking into it. Well, I'll tell our staff, work with us. As we're moving every month, we'll be exploring those options to be able to address the mental days. Finally, board, our thoughts are with the family of Miguel Cruz Ramos, who was a great student of good standing at Southern School of Energy and Sustainability. The Southern family will truly miss him. I want to thank our counseling staff for being on hand to help students and staff. We have also experienced 2 recent losses in the DPS family that I want to acknowledge. Early in the school year, we lost Wendy Davison, who had been a beloved orchestra teacher at Bragdon and Jordan for many years. And last, we lost Tracy Combs, a school nutrition assistant at Club Boulevard, who worked tirelessly to feed our families while our students were in remote. My thought and my prayers to the families. Let's conclude my remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Mabenga, for those remarks. The next item on our agenda is the agenda review and approval.
Move approval of the agenda.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Valladares and seconded by Ms. Lewis. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? It passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is the Board of Education monthly meeting minutes from October 21st, 2021.
Move approval of the minutes.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Sears, seconded by Ms. Byer. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? It passed unanimously. We do have some members in person who would like to give public comment. We'll start with Robert Thomas. And Mr. Thomas, before you begin, I just want to read a quick statement about the rules. First, please state your name. If you are speaking for an organization, please state your name and the name of the organization. Second, we ask that speakers present their comments within 3 minutes. When the yellow light comes on the podium, you have 1 minute left to start winding up your comments. When the red light comes on, it will beep, which indicates your time is up. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we are very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to public education, safety of students, or to the operation of the school system. Board members will listen carefully and consider the comments, but we do not engage in discussion with our speakers. All right, you may begin.
Hello again. I was here last month. I had said that I'm Robert Thomas. I live in Durham. I've lived here for 25 years. I'm not here for any organization. I'm here for myself because I'm interested in the education of our children. I expressed an interest in CRT, of wondering whether or not it was taught. I received an email from Mr. Sudduth. Thank you, Mr. Sudduth, wherever you are. Thank you. So stating that it was not taught in Durham schools. That was comforting. But I also requested curricula and any teaching materials. I'd like a summary of the courses and the books that are being assigned because I'm still interested in the granular aspect of the problem. So that's what I'm here for. I'm restating that I would like to have a copy of the curricula of the various classes. And if I could get that emailed to me, that would be great. And I wanted to thank you again for being responsive to my request last time. Just so that you know, I'm interested that there's enough material being taught is this perspective that I'm coming from. All right, well, thank you very much. I appreciate your time and I wish you a good night.
Our next speaker is Larry Joe Williams. Got you. Thank you. Sarah McGee. I apologize. Sarah.
Hey, y'all, it's McGargy. I'm here on behalf of Sunny Geraldo. She says hello. She's not able to make it today. We would like to thank the board members and Dr. Mabinga for meeting with the IAs and listening to our proposal. Also, thank you for giving all the IAs that are in the TA to Teacher program the chance to earn our degree and continue to work for DPS. We are here again to let our voices be heard. First, we ask for $19 an hour for all IAs and classified staff for the next fiscal year, and a plan to gradually increase IA starting pay to $22 an hour over the coming 3 years. These increases must apply to all IAs across the board, not just to step 14. Our newbie IAs depend on our veteran IAs to show them the ropes. Additionally, our veteran IAs have shown dedication to DPS that cannot be overlooked. They are equally as deserving of a pay increase. I want to remind you that out of 211 IAs that answered our survey, about 55% work additional jobs just to make a livable wage. By providing our IAs with a wage they can live on, IAs can focus fully on DPS and further thrive in their position. Everyone, the students, teachers, and district benefits when IAs are able to fully dedicate their energy to this job. Second, we are asking for a district-wide IA policy that sets firm rules for overtime compensation, lunch breaks, weekly hours, and continuing education opportunities. Currently, schools are creating their own IA policies that are not always fair or legal. A district-wide policy would ensure all IAs are treated equally, meaning less IA turnover and transferring between schools. Additionally, these guidelines will also protect the district from potential lawsuits. We urge the board to take immediate action on these requests. Just this week, the Herald Sun published an article about the extreme staffing shortages area schools are currently facing. These issues are real and schools cannot afford to lose more staff. I speak for all IAs when I say we love our jobs and our students. We find great joy in this work and need DPS to provide the compensation and guidelines necessary for us to put all of our energy into our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next public speaker will be Humberto Trejo.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Humberto Trejo y represento al Foro de Padres de Escuelas Públicas de Durham.
Yeah, on the way.
Oh, I'm sorry. Está bien. Pensé que teníamos intérprete. Okay. Hola. ¿Está bien? ¿Vuelvo a repetir otra vez? Ok. Buenas tardes, buenas noches. Mi nombre es el señor Humberto Trejo y represento al Foro de Padres de las Escuelas Públicas.
Humberto Trejo, and I represent the
Foro de Padres.
Parents Forum.
Y primero quiero agradecerle al doctor Megan Pascal por la última reunión que tuvimos con el Foro de Padres, que fue un éxito.
Thank you for the last meeting that we had with the Parents Forum, which was a success.
Y le agradezco el trabajar con nuestra comunidad latina. Hemos durado mucho juntos. También le quiero agradecer porque en el 2018 se inició una conversación para desarrollar un programa o un departamento llamado Multilingual, que hasta la fecha funciona.
So thanks for working with our community, and also thank you because in 2018, there was a commitment to make the Multilingual Resource Center, which up to now is working.
Hemos logrado mucho trabajar con este departamento, el cual necesitamos más apoyo.
We've been working hard with this department, which needs more support.
Necesitamos más intérpretes,
We need more interpreters.
porque estoy mirando que 300 familias o 2 escuelas para un solo intérprete no son, un intérprete no hace nada con esas familias. Es demasiado trabajo para un solo intérprete.
I'm seeing that 300 families or 2 schools for one interpreter, like they can't do anything with that. It's too much for one interpreter for one person.
Necesitamos trabajar más en esto,
We need to work more on that.
más oportunidades de empleo, más espacios.
We need more opportunities for jobs and more space.
También le quiero agradecer al departamento multilingüe porque cuando he ocupado de ellos, ¿verdad? Especialmente con el señor Pablo Firman, el director del departamento, siempre he tenido su apoyo.
I also want to thank the Multilingual Resource Center when I've needed their help, especially the director Pablo Friedman. They've always been there for me.
Recuerdo cuando mi hijo corría para la universidad,
Remember when my son was getting ready to go to the college?
él pedía reuniones con sus consejeros en la escuela de base, mas nunca las obtuvo.
He was asking for meetings with his counselor in his base school and he never got them.
La escuela de base de él fue Southern High School,
He was at Southern High School.
mas sin embargo, yo me recurría al departamento multilingüe y ahí fue de la manera que mi hijo obtuvo mucha ayuda.
But I went to get help from Multilingual Resource Center and that's the way that my son was able to get help with that.
También quiero comentarle de las vacunaciones que están haciendo ahorita en las escuelas públicas.
I also want to comment about the vaccinations that they're doing in public schools right now.
Yo también formo parte del board de Latin 19,
I also am part of the board of Latin
Latin 19, Latin 19,
19.
19,
Okay, Latin 19.
¿sí? Y les quiero pedir, por favor, que cuando hagan publicidad también la hagan en papel.
I want to ask that if you do publicity, please also do it on paper, flyers.
Porque he visto mucha publicidad de DPS en tecnología. Habemos muchas personas que no usamos tecnología. Esto lo dije en la última meeting que tuve oportunidad de venir, mas sin embargo siguen trabajando en lo mismo. Recuerden que habemos gente que no tenemos acceso a tecnología y no hablamos mucho inglés.
I spoke about this in the last time, that a lot of the publicity that DPS does is through technology, and there's a lot of people that don't have access to technology and don't speak much English, and I see that there's still, I spoke about this before, but I see that there's still a lot of the publicity that's going on, is still coming out through internet.
Yo represento al foro de padres, es por eso que estoy aquí, porque queremos ver cambios, queremos seguir trabajando como hasta ahorita de la mano y crecer como familia, como comunidad y escuela.
I represent the Parents Forum, that's why I'm here, because we want to continue growing together as a community and parents.
Les voy a contar no sé cómo decir si es una historia. Una familia la semana pasada recurrió a mí porque ellos tienen una hija que se graduó de DPS hace 4 años.
I'm just going to tell you a story that last week a family came to me that their daughter had
Okay.
okay, their daughter had graduated from DPS 4 years ago.
Yeah. Esta joven es una joven con un problema, no sé cómo le llaman, deaf, sordomudo.
Okay, this is a girl who's deaf, a young woman who's deaf.
Ellos en el pasado no tuvieron éxito en escribirle a una universidad. No sé qué pasó.
They were not able to get her enrolled in college. I'm not sure what happened.
Ahora están recurriendo a mí para hacer un puente de comunidad escuela. Lo estamos logrando.
Now she's coming to me to be a bridge between the community and school, and we are achieving that.
Estamos logrando conseguir que ella asista a la universidad, pero les pido más apoyo para estos niños.
We're able to get her to be able to go to college, but I'm asking for more help with that, more support.
Si mi hijo estuvo batallando, que no tiene ninguna deficiencia, no sean injustos con estos otros niños.
If my son was already struggling with that and he doesn't have any special problems, imagine the situation for other students as well.
Que tengan buenas tardes y buenas noches.
Good evening.
Thank you. All right, that concludes our public comment. The next item oh, I'm sorry. We have some online public comments, Mr. Sutter.
We have 10 online public comments to read tonight, and most of them are short, so I believe we can get through them all very quickly. One of them was submitted in Spanish and has been translated. The first comes from Allison Nichols of 1414 Colwood Drive. My partner and I work in service industry and rely on a complex network of family for childcare because we can't afford daycare. After having a child, I had to cut my hours drastically, and we barely make our mortgage. We are currently 2 months behind. Disbanding sibling priority could have a devastating effect on our family when our second gets to pre-K. Having her in a free pre-K program at the same location and the same hours as our other child offered me a glimmer of hope. Please keep this. The next comment is from Marissa Cray of Bellenden Drive. I heard that you are considering naming the new elementary school after Pauli Murray. I think this is a wonderful idea and wanted to express my full support. My son will go to this school and I would be proud to send him there and teach him about Pauli Murray's legacy. Next is anonymous. I'm a DPS special education K-5 teacher. I'm writing to request additional vacation or work days next week before the holiday break. This year is not a normal school year and it has become impossible to complete certain aspects of my job. I nor my partner teacher have a planning period, and based on the amount of referrals and new students we are getting, I'm expecting to have to give up my 20 minutes of lunch as well. With having to hold EC and IEP meetings before and after school, we have zero planning time or time to complete paperwork during the school day. My school days have quickly turned into a minimum 12-hour work days. At this point, I'm not even asking for an extra break, but we are in desperate need of at least an additional work day. Thank you for your time and consideration. The next comment is anonymous. Hello, we are requesting more vacation time. Next is Amanda Castillo of Williams Way, translated from Spanish. I'm concerned today with a serious problem of lack of interpreters in each school. I have been hearing from many families who have not been able to meet with their son or daughter's teachers. This is preventing us from participating as parents. We need permanent solutions to this injustice. We would like to ask you to collect data from all schools on how many Spanish-speaking families had meetings this year to compare with past years and to English-speaking families. And we would like to see that information. I appreciate your attention. The next comment is anonymous. Thank you to the board and DPS for the additional time last week to plan and relax. Would you please consider adding additional wellness days this upcoming week for Thanksgiving? Next comment is from Patrick Murphy of Canadian Court. I'm writing in support of naming elementary school F after Betty Doretha Massenberg. While I'm aware that DPS policy favors the naming of schools after geographic areas, I believe this policy is wrong-headed and often leads to names that are completely unrecognizable, even to long-term residents, and frankly sound like generic subdivision names. Instead, naming opportunities like this should be used to honor people who have made significant contributions to public education in Durham. As a lifelong educator and the first African-American woman to be principal in Durham City Schools, we should be honored to name this new school after Mrs. Massenberg. Next comment is from Avion Edwards of Snowcrest Trail. No school next week, Monday and Tuesday. Following is Unique Baker of Weymouth Street. I think we should have a week off so we are able to travel and spend more time with our family that we don't get to spend more time with. And finally, Tanasia Holden of Cobb Street. I feel shocked for the first 2 days of a new start of a week is stressful. I feel like the fact that the school system gave us a year off. Then we had to come back to in-person school was a very difficult adjustment for us to do. I feel having 2 days off during the week will help students and teachers. Mental health is a big thing in this world because it controls all of your emotions also. So to not to have though, and a good place to attend school is going to be very hard for anyone. That is the final comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sutter. Now we will go to our consent items on the agenda. We have 2 items, an articulation agreement with Durham Technical Community College and RN Harris Elementary School playground equipment replacement contract with Bars Recreation. And for the public, the board receives the consent items before our meeting. We take the time to review them and talk it over with staff. So we're prepared to vote this evening.
Move approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
The move by Mr. Sears, seconded by Ms. Byer. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. Passes unanimously.
Madam Chair, could we just have clarity from Dr. Monk on when folks are going to expect that playground at RN Harris? It's been
they've been patiently waiting on. And
So we will immediately, upon, of course, the board chair signature, order the equipment. It is about a 6 to 8 week lead time to get the equipment in. And then it'll take about a month or so to install.
thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Monk. The next, we have a couple of Board of Education items. The first one is a mask face covering mandate vote. We have to do this in accordance to state law every month. Board members, I'll take a motion.
I move to extend the mask mandate for Durham Public Schools.
Second.
The move by Mr. Lee, seconded by Ms. Byer. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Please use the same sign. Passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is the Board of County Commissioners and Board of Education Memorandum of Understanding. The Board of County Commissioners reviewed our memo in their past meeting, and they sent us a copy. There was a subgroup that worked together to make some edits on that copy from this Board of Education. So we wanted to bring it to you all as a board to get your feedback. And then hopefully at our next joint meeting, we'll be able to pass it. Ms. Giovanni, did I miss anything? She worked with us on this as well as the administration.
No, ma'am. Just once the board gives us some guidance to administration, we will continue to work with the administration in the county and then work with Dr. Mubanga and interim manager Claudia, and then forward it on to the board and get permission to add it to the agenda for the joint meeting. But I have provided you with all of the prior MOUs in the packet for the board review, but there's just any questions, happy to answer them.
Thank you. And I want to thank Vice Chair Lewis and Board Member Raven who helped with this review. I also attended that meeting as well. Are there any questions, board members?
Maybe I'm not looking at this right, but between 6 and 8 on this strike-through version, it says Durham County's proposed paragraph 7 is addressed in paragraph 2. Is that a deletion of something? Does anybody know what that means?
Yes, if you go to another attachment from Durham County that they sent us, they had added in a paragraph 7 that had already been addressed in paragraph 2. So when we send it back to them, we're just indicating that it doesn't need to be added. So that's.
And that's the Durham Public Schools shall continue to develop alternatives to suspension and shall
Yes.
report back progress.
Exactly. And that's already addressed in our paragraph 2. So it was duplicative.
Gotcha. Thank you for that clarity. Thank you to those that worked on this. I like that this document exists. I will say that the one thing that continues to I find challenging is that these meetings were set up years ago, and Minnie and I were talking about it a while ago. They were to be joint meetings where the content and the agenda was half reports of the county to our board and half reports of our board to the county, a shared information space. And over the years and over the time, they tend to morph into this, we report our information to them. And so I wanted to make sure as we're setting agendas, as we're planning jointly, that they also share with us what they are doing to help youth and families in our community. And they're more reflective of a partnership rather than a reporting relationship, which doesn't actually exist. So I look forward to that. And I think it's reflected in the language, but I look forward to that being brought more into practice as we continue this relationship.
Do we need to move this to go to the next meeting or? I mean, we put it
No,
on
just a
the-
consensus from the board, and we'll continue to work with administration.
Okay, well,
So barring no further discussion, I feel a consensus from you all, so thank you. We'll move to our next agenda item. At our last work session, Mr. Xavier Cason came and presented on the community schools resolution, wanting to add an amendment to that resolution that we signed in 2018. We wanted to put that on this agenda item in case there was wanted to allow the community to read that and respond. So you'll see that is included here. I think we'll need to do some edits to the resolution to make sure it's really clean formatting wise, but if it passes tonight. We also have, I believe, Megan Gonzalez Smith is joining us virtually, as well as, I think, a few other community school staff if we have questions. If there are no questions, I will accept a motion.
Move approval of the updated Community Schools Initiative resolution.
Been moved by Mr. Seer, seconded by Vice Chair Lewis. Any discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please use the same sign. Passes unanimously. Thank you all. The next item on our agenda is academic services. I will turn it over to Dr. Hardy.
Thank you so much, Chair Umstead. If we can pull up our presentation, and we do have some staff who are in the hall, and if we could ask them to come in. Board members, I'm really excited this evening that we are going to have the opportunity to talk about our strategic plan. Dr. Mabinga and other staff that are present. Tonight, we are providing an update regarding our addendum strategies. The 2018-23 strategic plan was intended to serve as a living document to address the needs of the Durham Public Schools and the Durham community. The addendum, adopted right before our pandemic closure in January 2020, preserves the strategic plan's priorities, goals, benchmarks, while lifting up with direct intention strategies directly impacting and affecting key student groups and communities. Next slide, please. You'll go forward one more. As our staff have come in, know that they are representing the teams and all of the work that has been happening. I would like to take the time to recognize our goal team leads who are joining the meeting, and they will present their addendum strategy slides and updates, and of course, they will be available for questions and discussion. Advanced Academics, Ms. Laura Parrott, Director of Advanced Academics. Career and Technical Education, Dr. Julie Pack, Executive Director of Career and Technical Education and Magnet Programs. English as a Second Language, Sashi Ryerson, Director of ESL. Our Multilingual Resource Center, Mr. Pablo Friedman, Director of the Multilingual Resource Center. Pre-kindergarten, Dr. Suzanne Cotterman, Director of the Office of Early Learning. Professional School Counselors, Mr. James Futrell, Director of Student Services. School Boundaries and Student Assignment, Matthew Palmer, Executive Director of School Planning, Transportation, and Nutrition, and Ms. Melody Marshall, Director of the Office of Student Assignment. And Special Education, Dr. Kristen Bell, Executive Director of Exceptional Children. Throughout this evening, excuse me, next slide, please. This presentation will share updates from each of the 8 addendum strategies. We will move fairly quickly through the strategies because those are slides and the words are right there on the page and for the community to view. We will spend most of our time making sure that we provide an update regarding the work that has included this year, what is in place, what is in progress, and the next steps with each area. At this time, it is my pleasure to turn it over to Ms. Laura Parrott for Advanced Academics. Ms. Parrott.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Hardy, and good evening, Dr. Mabinga, board members, colleagues. It's nice to see you all in person. The Office of Advanced Academics, next slide, please. The Office of Advanced Academics has 3 addendum strategies which support priorities 1, 2, and 3 of the strategic plan. These strategies focus on ensuring all students have access to academic talent development opportunities, including advanced learners in the multi-tiered system of support model, and ensuring all DPS middle and high school students have equitable access to advanced learning opportunities. The next slide summarizes the current practices and strategies that are in place and in progress, as well as some of the next steps for the academic school year. Using the framework for our state's critical actions to realize equity and excellence in gifted education, The Office of Advanced Academics is synergizing energy from all departments to increase access and equity to advanced learning opportunities. In alignment with that work, AIG specialists at all levels chair leadership and equity committees to further foster equitable practices to ensure all students with advanced learning needs are recognized and receive the appropriate services. This year, the DPS AIG Local Plan 2022-2025 is under development for adoption later this spring. North Carolina's critical actions to ensure access, to ensure equity and excellence in gifted education will serve as a framework for shaping the plan. Middle and high school AIG specialists are working collaboratively with counselors and teachers to ensure all students who have the potential to be successful in advanced courses are informed and encouraged to participate. This year, one of our most exciting things to share is that the Office of Advanced Academics is providing a one-year professional learning course with a focus on increasing equity and excellence for all learners. The program is called TAP, Teachers Advancing Potential, and it will provide all 92 participating teachers with an understanding of characteristics of advanced learners, including those that often mask giftedness. Teachers will learn to see students at potential versus at risk. They will develop instructional strategies to respond to advanced learners and position to take the praxis for AIG licensure. In alignment with the strategic plan and the district's focus on equity, the Office of, sorry, I have a hard time talking through this map. Thank you so much. I don't know how y'all do it all the time. I know it's difficult, isn't it? In alignment with the strategic plan and the district's focus on equity, the Office of Advanced Academics will continue to work with the Office of Equity Affairs to facilitate professional learning with a focus on reducing implicit bias and racial inequities as they relate to advanced learners. Thank you, Mr. Sears. And now, Dr. Julie Pack, Executive Director of CTE and Magnet Programs, will provide an update on CTE.
Thank you, Ms. Parrott, and good evening. Next slide, please. The Career and Technical Education Department has 3 addendum strategies that support priorities 1, 2, and 3 through personnel, professional learning, and systems that support 321 Future Ready Work-Based Learning Initiative. The next slide summarizes the current practices and strategies that are in place and in progress, and we also identify some next steps for this academic school year. So I'd like to highlight a few of our accomplishments from this slide. What we have in place, one of the things that we're really proud about is that we had 125 students participate in a paid work-based learning experience through our expanded Scholars at Work and summer internship program. So we're really excited about that. A highlight for in progress is the number that's on here has actually grown since this was submitted. So at this point, we have over 2,000 students that have completed the Matchmaker in Zello. And that's a career inventory lesson that helps them identify their skills and what careers they are suited for, as well as complete their 4-year plan. And in next steps, we are really excited to be launching Zello in the elementary school for grades 3 through 5 this year, as well expanding Zello beyond CTE to all students. We are also expanding our toolbox of digital tools with the implementation of Opti, which is like an online student-based Indeed to advertise work-based learning experiences and cooperate with our partners. At this time, Sashi Ryasum, Director of English Learner Services, will provide an update on the addendum strategies for English as a second language.
Thank you, Dr. Pack. So next slide, please. Thank you. The English Learner Services Department has 4 addendum strategies in support of the strategic plan with priorities 1, 2, and 3. To support all English learners, the district will provide sheltered programs for the elementary and the middle school to increase support, especially for our newcomers. The district is also empowering our teachers through professional learning by providing best practices that are evidence-based research and including sheltered instruction, best practices in scheduling to meet the needs of English learners, as well as supplementing instructional resources that are culturally and linguistically relevant. Next slide, please. The overarching goal of the English Learner Services Department is to ensure empowerment and active participation of English learners in their education, leading to their social, emotional, and academic growth. To that end, we have in place a language instruction educational plan, which is a roadmap to serving our English learners and also a framework for effective EL programming. Our English learner data drives the professional learning offerings that have been provided to our administrators, teachers, and support staff. Sheltered Instruction Observation Protocol, better known as SIOP, implements evidence-based strategies, again, designed to increase linguistic and academic performance of our English learners. And it makes content comprehensible. Additionally, we offer academic language support and professional development in that area and academic performance data, English, social emotional learning resources and related trainings for our English learner graduation coaches. So what we have in progress right now is continuing to grow in our SIOP strategies. Some of the data from our schools that have implemented the SIOP model showed incremental gains in English learner academic performance, leading to an increased level of self-esteem in our students and preparedness in our staff. We also have our ESL certification program. It's an add-on certification that is available at no cost to teachers, and we reimburse them for the praxis. This is the 15th year that it has been in practice, and we continue with that. Additionally, in collaboration with Student Services and the Multilingual Resource Center, our partnership with local organizations to provide culturally and linguistically relevant resources to support our schools with much needed trauma-informed training and mental health services. Some of our next steps are to increase our SIOP trainings. And as we're building social, emotional, and learning supports for all English learners, we're also planning on additional supports for English learner graduation coaches on leading, to help them support leading our ESL students to successful graduation and preparing them for life beyond high school. Next, Pablo Friedman, Director of the Multilingual Resource Center, will provide an update for the addendum strategies of the Multilingual Resource Center.
Good evening, Chair Umstead, Vice Chair Lewis, members of the board, Dr. Mubenga, and colleagues. Next slide, please. The addendum strategies for the Multilingual Resource Center can be loosely put in 3 buckets. I know there's 4 up there. 1, looking at supports for Spanish language and other languages other than Spanish. 2, sponsoring staff, employees who are interested in becoming interpreters, translators. And 3, increasing counseling resources and trauma-informed resources as well. And that's a collaborative partnership with other departments as well. Next slide, please. In terms of addendum strategies in place, thanks to this board, Dr. Mubenga and Dr. Hardy, we've added additional net positions this school year to assist our families, and we're extremely grateful for that. With regards to sponsoring employees, almost a year ago, a little less than a year ago in January, we've had 4 employees graduate from the 1-year certificate program, Community Interpreting Program at Durham Tech, including our rock star interpreters who are interpreting tonight's board meeting, Ms. Romo Urguiles and Ms. Ramirez, both graduates of that program. They've even gone beyond that, and I'm really proud of that. Additionally, right now we have another 3 folks in the pipeline. So we have a total of 7, and our goal this year is to get 10, and I think we're on track to meet that. And as part of the commitment, Durham Public Schools is sponsoring their tuition, their fees, and their books, and they agreed to, at a minimum, serve for 18 months. With regards to strategies currently in place, we are this current year developing a plan to expand our interpreting services for families who speak a language other than Spanish. I'll be very honest that I think this is our area of greatest opportunity right now. I'm firmly committed to this area as the leader of this department. In terms of next steps, the pandemic has greatly exposed the need for tools to facilitate communication. I think that's something we need to explore this year. What are some best practices, both at the school level and as well as with our local school systems? So at this time, I'm going to introduce Dr. Suzanne Cotterman, the Director of Early Education, who will provide an update on early education in pre-kinder. Dr. Cotterman.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman. Thank you for having me. So early education or pre-kindergarten has 5 addendum strategies, which are listed on the slide. These support strategic plan priorities 1, 2, and 3. These addendum strategies provide pre-K teachers with professional learning and coaching on kindergarten standards and literacy and math. Oh, I see what you're saying here, Laura. They also include data collection with Fidelity, strategies for students with disabilities, and social emotional learning. These will strengthen pre-K preparation for kindergarten. The next slide please, summarizes the current practices and strategies that are in place and in progress. And then we'll also identify some next steps for this academic school year. The preschool program uses the addendum strategies to increase kindergarten readiness for DPS preschoolers. I'd like to highlight some of the strategies that are currently in place. Pre-K is enhancing the rigor of the standard curriculum by using 3 additional research-based curricula, Letterland, Waterford, and Eureka Math. These enhancements give pre-K an opportunity to align with kindergarten standards, customize instruction, gather data, and to engage children individually. As reflected on this slide, early education has expanded the Waterford program. We're coaching new teachers as they're needed, and we have a new pyramid model steering committee for social emotional learning that's in place and currently planning for full implementation next year. In progress, we're currently providing coaching and training for teachers and for families in the Waterford Family Portal. And we are planning and continue to plan with curriculum and instruction for new professional development in the science of reading and Eureka Math. We have several next steps that are planned. Early education is collaborating with Waterford to design training that highlights and crosswalks its alignment with the science of reading. Professional development for pyramid model coaches is ongoing and will continue throughout the school year. These professional development sessions that are provided by DPI include mindful coaching, fidelity measures, and the foundation modules. This first cohort of preschool teachers to receive in-depth coaching and assessment with Fidelity will begin in the 2022-2023 school year. We've also begun tours and visits to private childcares in the Durham community, and we continue to attend the NC Pre-K directors meetings so we can enhance our collaboration with our community partners. Next, James Futrell, the Director of Student Services, will provide an update on professional student counselors.
Next slide, please. Professional school counselors have 3 addendum strategies that support priorities 1, 2, and 3. Those strategies include improving the ratio of school counselors to students, increasing the percentage of time that school counselors spend on direct services toward academic, career, and social emotional development, and employing at least one 12-month counselor at each middle school and high school. The next slide summarizes the current practices and strategies that are in place and in progress. We also identify some next steps for this academic school year. Next slide, please. In DPS, we recognize that addressing the needs of the whole child is essential to the learning and academic growth of our students. School counselors are essential staff and provide leadership in schools to meet that goal. In place, it is exciting that with the support of our board, we were able to begin this school year with 10 mental health counselors and 7 student success coaches. These are new positions which will optimize the time school counselors provide direct and indirect services to students. We are fortunate to have dedicated community partners who also enhance school counseling services. We expanded the partnership with Student U this year, which has allowed our 7 new student success coaches to learn and develop from a model the Durham community-based organization has already experienced success. Duke College Advising Corps and UNC College Advising Corps staff our comprehensive high schools with college advisors who assist students with navigating access to post-secondary opportunities. Durham Tech provides college liaisons who are readily prepared to advise students with options during high school and beyond. Our partnership with Emily K continues to thrive as they reach more students with the Game Plan College programming. In progress, school counselors are developing student outcome plans and closing the gap plans in collaboration with school leadership to ensure school counselor goals are aligned with school improvement goals. These plans are the result of a new collaboration in learning this year with the American School Counselor Association. Next steps. It will be essential that we continue to create opportunities to expand our pool of bilingual counselors and prioritize their hiring so we provide the most appropriate access to students and families through our school counseling program. Next, Melody Marshall will provide an update on the addendum strategies for school boundaries and student assignment.
Thank you, Mr. Futrell, and good evening, everyone. School boundaries and student assignment has 4 goal strategies that support priorities 2, 4, and 5. The next slide summarizes the current practices that are in place and in progress that support our school boundaries and student assignment goal strategies and identifies next steps for the upcoming school year. And we are already on the right side. Durham Public Schools has implemented the Growing Together initiative, which highlights a comprehensive evaluation of our current student assignment practices and robust community engagement opportunities in effort to balance our programming options and geographic boundaries equitably across our district. At the current time, we are continuing to listen and learn from our Durham Public Schools families, staff, and community regarding their vision for the revisions of our school assignment policy 4150. We are also very excited about the active construction of Lions Farm Elementary School, which is slated to open in the upcoming school year, fall 2022. And as we move forward, we will seek the board's adoption of the revisions of Board Policy 4150 and adoption of boundary changes for elementary, middle, and high schools. We also highly anticipate the construction of New School F, the renovation of 6 of our elementary school campuses, and the construction of the new Northern High School. And at this time, it brings me pleasure to introduce Dr. Kristen Bell, Executive Director of our Exceptional Children's Program, to provide an update on the strategies that support our special education.
Good evening, everyone. Special education or exceptional children has 5 addendum strategies that support priorities 1, 2, 3, and 5. I won't read through them for you, but essentially they address recruitment and retention of special education teachers pre-K through 12, implementing systems and structures to make sure that all teachers are using research or evidence-based practices with all students, and professional learning for teachers, staff, as well as school administrators. And then finally, creating a structure with positions to make sure that we're organizationally supporting the needs at the school level. Next slide, please. So in place, the EC department continues to have robust professional development opportunities that are open to every DPS employee. Human Resources has also established a framework for sign-on bonuses for specific EC staff in hard-to-fill positions. Additionally, the EC facilitator position was increased from 10 to 12 months of employment. That was to provide additional all-year-long support for schools and families. We also added a lead EC facilitator position for elementary and for our secondary schools. The addition of 3 adapted curriculum specialist positions provides additional support for new or struggling teachers who support our EC special programs. And we also received 2 additional behavior technician positions to increase support to individual students with significant needs in our schools. So in progress, To highlight the great EC-related happenings in our schools and to celebrate our staff, we are reinstituting our EC publication that will be shared with all EC staff and administration. We're also working to strengthen our partnership with HR to address the ongoing recruitment and retention efforts that have been deeply impacted by the pandemic. A comprehensive plan to elevate understandings and skills of school administrators and to support their EC leadership work in their buildings is at the beginning stages of implementation. Additionally, to enhance support to our beginning EC teachers, we continue to partner with our DPS mentors to create an intensive support structure that includes partnerships with our supporting IHEs. We're also exploring ways to provide reading, literacy, and math training for our EC teachers that will provide fundamental understandings and skills to support the implementation of those research-based interventions and programs. And finally, our next steps. We're continuing to explore ways to access key data for EC that will assist us in establishing clear benchmarks and goals at the district, school, and individual student levels. Also, via collaboration with HR, we will determine what needs there are for professional learning for our instructional assistants across the district to ensure they're receiving the training and the support they need. One of our greatest challenges is our ability to attract and retain qualified teachers. So we're going to continue to focus our efforts with our HR colleagues to problem solve and put those strategies into place as well. This concludes the updates on the academic strategies, and this time I'll turn it back over to Dr. Hardy.
Thank you, Dr. Bell. And thank you to the team that's here. And knowing that we have tonight with us the leaders of these departments, but know that they are representative of the staff and all of the work that our staff have been doing to support our students, as well as our strategic plan. Even though we have been as part of this pandemic as a community, we're continuing the work to support our students, our staff, and our community. At this time, we are here this is an update to the board. We are back on schedule, so we will have regular updates regarding our strategic plan, and board members know how much joy that brings me to make sure that we're focusing on the work of that we know is priority for our students. So at this time, we're here to answer any questions. Chair Umstead.
Thank you, Dr. Hardy, and to all the leaders who are here tonight. We appreciate all of your hard work. And I always say it's good to remember, even though we're navigating challenging COVID-19 pandemic, we still have a job to educate our students, and you all are doing that and not letting anything fall by the wayside. So I appreciate all that you shared with us tonight. And I also appreciate how much was grounded in equity, how much we heard about how we want to support some of our most vulnerable students and communities. So I just want to say thank you. Board members, do you have any questions? Ms. Byer.
Yeah, I too wanted to celebrate just the teamwork that keeps going on and the teams that do the work during these difficult times. I heard equity woven through everybody's work, and yet I know that we need more resources to do everybody's work well. And this budget that the state passed didn't do that. I wondered if some of you, as we're coming back into in-person and families might not have gotten screened for AIG services, for EC services, if you all might speak to ways that if families have needs that you want them to self-identify, to come forward, is it through their classroom teacher? What do you all want them to do if they hadn't had the opportunity to get screened during last year? Just things that you might want to bring to light for folks.
Great, thank you so much. And I apologize for getting choked earlier. It's having a hard time breathing. So yes, exactly. For AIG, one of the things we've done this year is we started an AIG website for families. So the intentionality is there with a link that parents can begin nominating, and it will go straight to the AIG specialist at that school so that they can immediately follow up. We have started testing students to make sure that those who did not have the opportunity last year when we came back in person are able to do that now. And we're getting ready to have another session on how to build portfolios so we can really be sure to get all of our students together.
Thank you, Ms. Parra. And Ms. Byer, we can always know that first line of contact for our families is always that classroom teacher. So they can definitely make that referral to our classroom teacher, as well as our school counselors or our school administrators, in addition to using the resources that we have on the website.
Ms. Valladares and Mr. Sears.
Thank you so much. I have a lot of gratitude for all the updates, all the work that you have all been doing, and the interdepartmental collaborations are one of the most exciting things. The ways that this is scaffolded, it's also, building a system of supports for our students and families. And so I just want to thank all of you. It's so good to see all of you. So I wonder if the camera can just pan to our leaders right here, because they all can't kind of went, they're all lined up back here starting, there you go. This is a powerhouse right here. These are our wonderful leaders. And I just want to make sure that you all are all highlighted in the work that you do. Thank you so much. I am very, very excited about hearing the initiatives and the partnerships with universities. So one of the things is that there's direct impact from students having those direct connections to our, HBCU. I didn't hear much about NCCU on here. I'm an Eagle, so I gotta kind of look out, but I did hear, that we have the College Advising Corps at Duke and UNC, and we also have Durham Tech, Student U, Emily K, and I know there's so many partners that we have. That's just one of the support systems that we have, the community support. We also have in-house counselors. On that note of counselors, we hear from families that, there's a need for more counseling services, especially during the pandemic, trauma informed. And I know all of you are doing trauma. I heard trauma informed, not just with student support services and Mr. James Fertrell, but also like embedded throughout ESL and MRC and all of you pretty much providing all that. So my question is more about capacity for more counseling and more graduation coaches. I'd love to hear more about that in terms of like ways that we can support that work that you were all doing with especially the ESL graduation coaches, and throughout all of you pretty much that are helping us towards graduation. One of the biggest success stories we have from this hard pandemic was the fact that our graduation rates went up by 2 points, I believe. Dr. Mubenga, we were at 84, I believe.
I think we got 86.
86. We went from 84 to 86, and that is definitely that shows the work that you're all doing. So more along those lines, if anybody can just share more about ways that we can continue to support that work in terms of graduations, especially for some of our youth. We have been grieving lately because our youth in Durham, that's where their mother's cries and the hearts. And I'm telling you, as a mother of teenagers, that is my heart's cry. So anything that you all can share about supports for our teenagers, especially those that are in need of most supports.
Absolutely. And I was asked to also share by our research and accountability. It's
87%.
And that is 87% graduation
Get
rate.
that point, yes, 87%.
Yeah, but certainly we're proud of the work that we've done, but we do recognize there's still more work ahead to make sure that the values that we have in our Durham community are uplifted as an inclusive community, making sure that from an equity standpoint that we reach our targets and benchmark with each subgroup. And we know that certainly requires resources that we have certainly received at this point. But of course, as we continue to plan and be strategic about how best to use and as we receive more, we are proud of having student success coaches to really focus on a caseload of students who we recognize would be more vulnerable and more susceptible with barriers and challenges, which we actually highlight in our strategic plan, is eliminate barriers and challenges specifically for subgroups of students who we know historically have been, we've underperformed with, right? And so we are confident, cautiously optimistic about the work that we can do to really support those students at the micro level and create kind of smaller caseloads to provide a more individualized, personalized experience to make sure that we identify those barriers to remove them so that they can access high school successfully and beyond, because we know that connecting them to post-secondary opportunities are what are going to be the life-changing outcomes that we need.
So much for that. Thank you for that work.
Well done, Mr. Funtrell, to Ms. Valladares and our other board members as well. We know we're not there yet with our ratio with our counselors as well as the MRC. That's something that we will continue bringing to you every year until we get to a better place. So it's pretty much continuous improvement. Thank you, Mr. Funtrell.
Mr. Sears and then Mr. Raven.
My comments are brief, and it's really just a thank you to both the presenters tonight and the presenters that will be coming up in future months. The level of transparency here is fantastic. I mean, early in our tenure on the board, people were asking, where's the plan? And now we spend maybe not a majority, but a lot of time talking about the plan, going back to the plan, being transparent about where you are and where you're going. There's no hiding in DPS. There's nothing going on that we don't know about, and we really appreciate that. So thank you for taking the time to be here. Thank you, administration, for being dedicated to following through on the plan and for tweaking the plan as needed.
First, I just wanted to say thank you. It's hard to look behind me to speak to you all, but I really love the layout when you all are actually able to provide us with in progress and the next steps. So you all keep us on our toes and always keep us in a loop on what's coming up next. I did just have two quick questions, and this is going to be from Ms. Parrott and Dr. Peck. Dr. Peck, when you were mentioning Opti, it's kind of like a version of Indeed. I was just wondering, is that something that's going to be external facing for students that they can literally use with, I think you mentioned some of our partners. I was just wondering if you could just talk about that piece for a second.
Absolutely. We do the normal channels like having the counselors publicize, but this is a way that we can centralize all of our opportunities in one place. Students can, it is public facing, so they can go in, they can look at the requirements of the opportunity and apply for any opportunity that they see that fits their needs. And then we have access on the backside to see what students are doing that, who students are getting in where, and so that we can intervene if we need to, or also give you the data. So.
Thank you. That's what I thought that I heard, and it sounded like a great opportunity. So I just wanted to make sure that I understood it. And Ms. Parrott, I had a question about the advanced academics. I know that we're big on equity, and the one thing that came up, and I don't know if this is even cost feasible, but I know a lot of times when our students start to begin testing, there may be, maybe there is, maybe it's not, maybe I'm making an assumption, but it seems like in a lot of communities, we're more likely to see certain demographics able to get in AIG on their math scores, but sometimes not their reading/verbal. And I've seen studies where, well, I know personally firsthand where like my son was able to take is it called the Woodson-Johnson?
The Woodcock.
Yeah,
Johnson?
yes.
Uh-huh.
And was able to take that IQ test, and that allowed him to get into both. So I'm wondering if that is is it cost effective or even feasible for us to actually do more IQ testing for our students that would allow them to be able to receive services on both ends?
Sure. So right now we have multiple tests that we use for testing, and what we don't use the term IQ very often. We talk about ability. So we do have the COGAT, which we do with all second graders. Of course, last year we weren't able to do that because of the pandemic. We will be back on track this year with that. But we also have other options that they can be tested with. The one great thing that we can do is identify students without it, because the majority of our students do better on the achievement. So when we give them the IGWA test of basic skills, they tend to do better on that than they do on some of the others.
Thank you for that.
Mr. Lee and then Ms. Lewis.
I'm not going to be long with my comments, but those of you that have been here for a long time, every time we talk about the strategic plan, I like to just, give thanks, and pointing back to everything that we're doing points back to the strategic plan. I just want to shout that out again, throughout even outside of these updates, these specific updates, whenever something is brought to the board, it's always mentioned what strategic plan item
initiative it goes towards. And I think this is the strategic plan is a major reason why Durham Public Schools is a different system now. Matt kind of alluded to it earlier. One of the things we were looking for early on in our board tenure was a strategic plan. We needed guidance, and we really didn't have that. So when Dr. Mubenga came in, he built his cabinet, his staff, his administration. That was one of the first things that he did, was create the strategic plan, and it was community driven. It was not cast down on the district made it. And I think that is the reason why we're being so successful now. Obviously, we still have a ways to go, but I just want to give thanks to those who sat years ago to develop this strategic plan. It was tough. There were many meetings, long hours, but that work that you did that's being reflected by these leaders, these awesome leaders, and by the administration are bearing the fruits now. That 87% statistic is one of those. That's what we want a strategic plan for. So I just have to give thanks to everyone in the district who is working, rowing in the same direction now because of our strategic plan. I cannot thank you all enough. This is why we are here where we are now, and I'm really excited about where we're going as a result of these amendments and it being a living plan, us making those adjustments. You guys are the reason why we're here. So thank you for reporting. I know you represent a group of people, a lot of people, but thank you all for representing that. Thank you for your updates. This is exactly what the community needed and wanted, and you all are delivering. Thank you.
So as we have the showcase of schools happening on Saturday, November the 20th from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. It is virtual and you can sign up for one-on-ones. I'm very interested in the showcase of schools because I have a rising ninth grader. This has felt like the showcase of the strategic plan. And I just want to say thank you for this presentation. I echo so many comments that my colleagues have shared already. And we're almost at the end of it. 2023 is coming up, so I know the visionary that we have in Dr. Mubenga and look forward to beginning the next chapter, right? Also, McKinney-Vento, if they could be next on deck, they're not here today, but I definitely want to get an update with how things are going with our McKinney-Vento. That's not specific in the plan, but I'm sure it's interwoven in some way. If they could be up on deck. CTE. Dr. Peck, I just want to share with you that Ms. Evans was at the mayoral watch event, networking, finding business owners to support the CTE program. She didn't know who I was. You were all masked up. And she comes and approaches me. What business do you have? And can we connect our DPS students? I said, well, who are you? So again, it's just evident in the things that you talked about, what's in progress, and we're seeing it in the community. I appreciate those who are working with Student U and Emily K. I heard the game change plan. All that is just invaluable work that's going forward. I did want to ask from you, Mr. Friedman, do you need anything from the school board or other governing bodies? Let me finish. But when I think about city council and county commissioners, the work that they're doing around language access, I'm just wondering if there's some, in developing a plan, what's in progress? You talked about developing a plan to support families who speak languages other than Spanish. Is there any way that we can support those efforts or bringing the task force together? Because that is going to be a heavy lift, I know. So I just want to lift that up.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, as part of the presentation, we're in the process of building that plan this year and bringing it forth. So we're literally in the design phase, and initially in the plan, the execution was going to be next year, but I think we're going to be able to plan and execute this year. We already have a lot of ideas and pilot initiatives, and so I think the challenge is, let's see what can happen this year. I think really we can dream. I think this is one of the silver linings of the pandemic, and I'm excited to do this work. So. And dare I say, I think we're a leader when it comes to the comparisons with the city and the county. We have a live stream in Spanish. So I just want to point that out.
Good to know. Leading the way. Go ahead. I think you have a question here, Ms. Fire.
Yeah, no, you read my mind with that question, and I was wondering if you all can let us know on numbers of newcomers and immigrants. I'm hearing refugees coming into the Triangle from Afghanistan. Can y'all just share kind of what we're seeing in that space? Because I know it had slowed down for a while during the pandemic.
So we were told that the first group of refugees that had come, there were about 55 individuals.
Sasha, can you come a little closer to the microphone so that
Sorry.
the people who are
I thought
streaming
it
live
was-
can?
Okay, is that better? All right, so we were told that there would be about 55 refugees that were coming through Church World Services from Afghanistan, and several of them with large families. We didn't see any movement at the end of September as we thought we would. But November 1st to November 18th, I just pulled the numbers. We have had 90 students, about 25 to 30 maybe from Afghanistan, from both the refugee agencies. I can give you a better count when I check. But we've just had 90 new students enroll just in the month of November. And this isn't usually one of those busy months. So given that it's a new trend that we're seeing with newcomers coming from both the Central American regions as well as from Afghanistan.
Thank you. That was a good question. And then the last thing I was going to say, Ms. Valladares took all of my comments for the school professional counselors, but I did want to say that as I have a rising ninth grader, he did take Zello and got his results to help look at the school choices that we're looking at right now. So again, it's nice to see him work in my home and in the community. Thank you.
Are there any other questions, board members? Thank you all again so much for your hard work. We couldn't do what we do without you, so thank you. Pass it back to you, Dr. Hardy. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Thank you, team. The next item that we have on the agenda is renaming Hillside New Tech High School, and there's Dr. Wright. Great. Good evening, board members. Tonight we have Dr. Tanya Wright, proud principal of Hillside New Tech, and Dr. Julie Pack, Executive Director of Career and Technical Education and Magnet Programs, to bring you the renaming considerations for the school. As a reminder, Hillside New Tech will be ending their partnership with the National New Tech Network. The school will be focusing on the tenets of the Cooperative Innovative Schools, which will focus on pathways in the areas of computer science and information technology, and the completion of post-secondary credentials, diplomas, and degrees. At this time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Pack.
Thank you, Dr. Hardy, and a great segue that Ms. Lewis provided. For her son, this might be a great option to consider, so take. I was trying to get there. So good evening, board members. Over the last few weeks, Hillside New Tech High School has solicited public feedback from the Hillside New Tech community on renaming the school in line with the procedures outlined in policy 9300, specifically that include using a name with a brief description of the specialized area of the school. Tonight, Dr. Wright and I are here to present to you the following options for consideration. The first option is Durham School of Technology. An alternative to this option would also be Durham School of Technology and Computer Science. This option provides a clear description of the mission of the school moving forward, as well as a description of the types of specialized classes students could expect to access at the school. This naming convention is similar to the Durham Performance Learning Center and Durham School of the Arts. However, like both of those schools, the name clearly states the type of specialized school in the name. The second option we present to you tonight is Central Tech High School. This option is similar to the current name of the school. However, like the current name, it does not clearly indicate the specialized programs in the school. The next option is Academy of Information Technology. There's an alternate to this one as well. The alternative to this could also be Durham Academy of Information Technology. This naming option reflects the small, concentrated nature of a specialized school. One thing to consider is that the National Academy Foundation, or NAF, uses Academy of Information Technology to designate one of its national course pathways. Our final option is STEM Scholars Academy. Again, using the academy designation helps to reflect the small and concentrated nature of the school. This option, however, is more general and does not give a clear description of the specialized programs at the school. Students, faculty, parents were involved in this, the suggestions of these names. And at this time, we present these names to you for discussion and consideration.
Chair Umstead, this is before the board today for action.
Thank you. Mr. Lee, Ms. Lewis.
Okay, so Dr. Wright, do you have a preference?
I do not, because
Come to the mic.
I'm sorry. I do not. This is from students, faculty, staff, community.
And nothing, just kind of, if you had to vote.
Not to put me on the spot, right?
If you don't, if you want to, it's fine. I don't want to put you on the spot there. Well, actually, I do, but it's okay if you don't.
It's okay. Academy of Information Technology and Durham School of Technology.
Okay.
Just
Like
so
those.
that we can, again, identify who we are,
Right.
and so that families know and students know.
Right.
It gives them a really good idea,
Mhm.
and we know that's proven from the success of CMA
Right.
and DSA.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I actually do like the name Durham School of Technology. I considered, Academy of Information Technology. But I like the idea of having the name Durham in it. The problem with Durham Academy of Information is because there's a private school
Exactly.
named Durham Academy, and I don't want any kind of confusion or relationship
Absolutely.
inference based on that. Obviously, just like Durham School of the Arts, it'll be, the initials be used quite a bit. DST, I know that there's some Delta Sigma Theta members that may be okay with that. My wife is one.
I'm
so-
okay with that.
But, but beyond that, I do think, I'm not a fan of adding the computer science in there because I don't think it's separate from the umbrella of technology. So my vote would be Durham School of Technology, because I think it's encompassing of our county. I think we have a Durham School of Arts, I think, just that designation of technology kind of gives a broad scope of what students can learn there. And that's, I think that's what, I'm a graphical person, so I could see the name, I could see the logo, the things like that. So the possibilities of what it could be. So thank you. Thank you for letting me put you on the spot.
That's
Dr.
okay.
Wright.
I'm
And,
okay with that. Durham School of Technology
Yeah.
also helps. It gives us an opportunity to grow, because as you know, with technology,
Right.
it's huge.
It's
and
always,
so
it's ever
it
changing.
gives us also the opportunity to go in different direction as it relates to technology.
Right. Thank you.
I'll keep mine really brief as you took a lot of my talk points, Mr. Lee. I was also favoring Durham School of Technology. I was favoring and computer science, but based on what you just said, I'm fine with Durham School of Technology as well. It's clear, it's descriptive of the mission. It talked about what the school is for and what it's about. So to me, that's straight to the point. I really did not favor any of the academies because of Durham Academy, the same thing Mike already said. And also, I think that was it, the academy part. And then STEAM Scholars Academy, it made me think also of like global scholars as well, that similarity. So I think I'm leaning towards Durham School of Technology. And when I thought about the letters, I was like, something about that rings DST, something about that. So that's what my vote would be.
Ms. Valladares.
This is very exciting because the name says a lot, right? And then we're also planning for the future. And technology is definitely the vehicle that is giving us a lot of solutions, but it's a very comprehensive thing. And as somebody who's like takes a global approach, to a lot of things, I do like the science in the sciences, right, with this technology. And I know that the first option that we have in there says computer science, but I'd wonder if we can consider, in a lot of places you have the School of Science and Technology, like a lot of universities have School of Science and Technology. So it's like it embeds the technology as a vehicle for a lot of the sciences. And I have to shout out some of your students who reached out to me. I got to tell you, from New Tech, this is an email, Ms. Tanya Giovanni knows this, and our chair, who are looking at solutions about food. And they are doing a garden club. So you know what I'm talking about, right? They reached out and they were like, letting me know about their project. And I told them I would love to visit when they have their garden set up. They're definitely looking for support. So community who's listening to this, any community members who want to help with the resources for them to be able to have a garden. And they're looking at their peers, because nutrition is very important. It's tied to success, student success. And so they're looking at ways that they can
feed them.
Yes, and volunteers, they have a whole plan laid out. They're telling me they're gonna, and they have your support. They're shouting you out in terms of the support that you have given them. And this is a student-led project.
It is.
So I am so encouraged. I am like, these are the leaders of tomorrow. These are the ones who are finding solutions. They're using technology to address very much issues that are across the board. There's technology in food nutrition. There's technology in, even like boundary stuff, mapping, ArcGIS, all kinds of. So I'd love for there to be like science and technology. And I know that that's not one of the choices, but I'm wondering if that's just my, that would be the ideal. I'll settle if everybody else is on a different scope, that I know that there's different ways other than the name to embed that, comprehensive piece of science and technology. Thank you.
And we do that just with Durham Tech, the classes that they take, they have the opportunity to do that.
That is awesome. Thank you so much.
Ms. Valladares, can you repeat the name that you suggested one more time?
I would say Durham School of Science and Technology.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Raven.
So before I knew anything else out of college, I knew marketing. And part of what marketing is understanding what's going to resonate. Exactly what Mr. Lee said about having a DSA, Durham School of Arts, Durham School of Technology. But I'm telling you now, I've grown up in Durham for long enough to know that this school is going to have two nicknames. And I support this name, the Durham School of Technology. It's going to either be DST or it's going to be Durham Tech. And I'm telling you that that's what all the kids are going to say. They're going to be like, I went to Durham Tech High School. And it's actually a good thing, but I just want us to know that that's just what's going to be communicated eventually. So I like it. I think it's going to be embraced. And I think it's going to represent exactly where they're still taking classes at anyways, right? So when they graduate from Durham Tech, they will have hopefully been able to graduate from Durham Tech twice at the same time.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I do think Durham Tech High makes it a little confusing. I did wonder, and information technology is not my area of expertise, but is there a reason why we didn't do Durham School of Information Technology? Or like, would that change if we did information technology instead of just technology? Would that change the nature, the spirit of?
So the Durham School of Technology, it just gives us a little bit more room to grow. Industry is sort of going in Durham, not Durham, but technology and communication, or communication technology as opposed to information technology. It's just growing. And so we want to be able to grow too. So just in case, if like she suggested, we want to start moving into science or with some technology, or we want to start moving towards the communication piece with technology, it just gives us a lot of room for growth. And we don't want to, just kind of put ourselves in a box.
I'll also say, that information technology was, there was about 30 names that overall were initially suggested, and the ones that had information technology in them weren't as popular or didn't get as much attention. So that may be something to consider.
That goes to my next question was there a preference from the students and community and teachers who also participated in this exercise?
So the first option and the alternative were the top, like together got the most, almost half of the voting. Those were the top chunk.
Got it. Any other questions, board members, or a motion?
I move that we adopt the Durham School of Technology.
Second.
Been moved by Mr. Raven, seconded by Ms. Byer. Any other discussion?
I mean, I was good with Durham School of Technology until Mr. Raven started calling it Durham Tech. I don't want us to create more confusion. And so I think it's going to be important for the branding and things that go forward, just like you've got the great New Tech logo right there. Boop, I think that needs to run through it to make clear that it is distinct from Durham Tech. It is Durham School of Technology. Yeah. And many of the classes are at Durham Tech and many of the learning opportunities are there and there is collaboration, but it is Durham School of Technology. Yeah.
I think we know that students are going to shorten it and community will shorten it because it's a long name. So if we can provide them with the nickname and so that it doesn't become Durham Tech, I think that'd be helpful.
I'm hopeful that, nobody says I graduated from Durham Arts. Right? It's a privilege to say Durham School of the Arts.
DSA.
Right, DSA.
DST.
So I'm hopeful that as we present it, like you said, with marketing and communication, it is Durham School of Technology, not Durham Tech, and I just feel, the privilege comes with the name, right? And I'm hopeful that it is that, DSA, the DST, CMA, School of Creative Studies, that, people say the full names because it is a privilege to be there and be associated with it. So, I think people will shorten it sometimes, but I think for the most part, they're going to wear that as a badge, the full name of it.
One more question. Will this come with new marketing materials and logo and,
absolutely.
okay, all right.
Absolutely.
So
I'm
it's-
big on branding.
I like it. I like it. So been moved and properly second. Any other discussions, board members? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously.
Congratulations. to the New
Congratulations.
Tech
Thank
family.
you.
Thank
School
you
of
so much.
Technology. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
Dr. Hardy, I'm gonna go, I think is this back to you for student assignment?
It is. If we can pull up our presentation. Good evening, board members, Dr. Mabinga. Tonight, collaboratively, our administration presents revisions to policy 4150, school assignment for first reading. The changes in this policy represent the culmination of work over the past 24 months. The administration examined the complex components of the current student assignment policy, studied its impact on district and school demographics, socioeconomic, academic outcomes, reviewed research, and gathered community input to generate the recommended policy revisions that are before you. The revised policy is designed to increase equity and access to excellent academic and social opportunities for each and every student. Before we begin on the policy revision 4150, on behalf of our school district, Dr. Mabinga, I would like to thank our community partners, Executive Director from Student U, Alexandra Zagbayu, and Megan Gonzalez Smith, Executive Director of the DPS Foundation, as well as our partners from Research Triangle Institute International, Stacy Costello, Desmond McKenzie, Rebecca Stanley, and Kelly Bush, for their support of this project and facilitation of many community engagement sessions. Most importantly, we would like to thank each person across our community who emailed, responded to surveys, joined a community engagement virtual Zoom, or attended in person, or attended one of the viewing parties, or joining in this work along with us. We are grateful for each member of the DPS community and family, students, faculty, staff, parents, principals, central service staff, for the hours invested in listening and learning, problem solving, and providing feedback to reshape and revise a policy reflective of the vision and goals of our district. A special thank you to each and every board member and to our superintendent for their high level of engagement, leadership, and support as we engaged in this work. This has truly been a collaborative effort. At this time, it is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Matthew Palmer, Executive Director of School Planning, Transportation, and Nutrition, to start off our presentation. Mr. Palmer.
Thank you, Dr. Hardy. Good evening, board. Good evening, Chair Umstead, Vice Chair Lewis, Dr. Mbenga, and to the parents and the students that are watching at home and those that are here with us tonight. We are going to talk certainly this evening about the tiebacks to the strategic plan, which were referenced earlier. We'll talk about priority 5C and 5E and certainly cover much of the proposed adjustments to the policy 4150 for student assignment. But we're also going to talk about tonight is how this is a Durham policy of Durham, built by the residents, the students, and the citizens of Durham. The administration brings it to you with a robust community engagement plan, which we are going to consider some time tonight to talk about, because process is as important as the plan itself or the policy itself. So we'll cover how we got here, the milestones. We've touched on this journey together. It's been almost 3 years working together, if you can believe that. October 4th, 2018 is when we started this. So we were all young once. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. As Dr. Hardy alluded to earlier, this is a team. This is a team of dedicated leaders in our community and in our school system. You have leadership here from across administration, operations, and academic services. Just want to acknowledge again the leadership of Dr. Mbenga, of Dr. Hardy, of Dr. Monk, Mr. Sedereth, Ms. Cooper in Public Affairs, Dr. Kelvin Bullock in Equity Affairs, Dr. Julie Pack, not only in CTE, but also the Magnet program. Rita Rathbone, Dr. Rita Rathbone in Magnets as well, Ms. Melody Marshall in Student Assignment, and our true glue, Dr. Deborah Pittman, who not only led the strategic planning addendum that you saw earlier, but is absolutely the heart and soul of this project team as well. So this is a true collaborative effort across DPS. Next slide, please. Well, the strategic plan has over 25 total goals and objectives. Priorities 5C and 5E speak directly to facility utilization and really making sure that we have a seat for every child. We covered the addendum strategies earlier as far as growing that beyond just elementary, K3, and into a full look at Durham Public Schools and our system of student assignment. In addition, 5E, we've heard much about, whether it's the bus driver shortage or the specifics around efficiency as the state scores us. Those two concepts about where our students live, where they go to school, and how they get there are intricately related. And much of this project is driving directly at those strategic planning objectives. Notably, as was covered earlier, we're also covering on goals 2 and 4. Next slide, please. Here is just a quick overview of that addendum. It's already been covered tonight, but again, tonight we're bringing you the beginning steps of that policy change, what we've all been working and driving and looking forward to, an integrated plan grounded in equity that brings together programs, policies, and geographic boundaries. Next slide, please. So there is almost a singular purpose that we must lead with. We are fundamentally trying to increase equity and access to our school programs. At the same time as we do that, we can do so much more to provide socioeconomic representation in our programs. And I talked earlier about how we get there is as important as where we're going, the process of intertwining engagement throughout this journey. Next slide, please. A brief review with you. Again, I referenced 2018, but really it was the summer retreat of 2019 when Dr. Mbenga set us on this course with integrating pre-K, EC, and the Magnet School Choice Program. In the fall of 2019, we came together and began that first initial phase, just some small adjustments to a couple of schools, but it got us on a path towards how do we do this work? How do we make it better? I'll remind you that we were once a national case study as the school system that never adjusted school boundaries. Tonight is another step in that direction. In January of 2020, we adopted the addendum strategies, which we covered earlier. And then in April of 2020, you recall, right when COVID was setting in, we held I believe it was a 4-hour data retreat where we covered everything with regards to equity and access to school. And Dr. Bullock walked us carefully through school by school, the data elements that are in there, the challenges that we were trying to bring as an administration to our community and to our leadership. In June, the county supported our capital program, which allowed us to commence on those renovations. And this past year, we have spent 11 months engaging with our families, and you'll hear from Ms. Cooper in just a moment about that very thing, of all of the families that we've touched along this journey and how we've done so. So with that, before I bring up Ms. Cooper, I did want to point out the plaque behind Dr. Mbenga is one that we can never forget. Character matters in Durham. It requires citizenship, courage, fairness, and honesty. And this project reflects those attributes. We are excited to be here tonight and look forward to the conversation ahead. Ms. Cooper?
Thank you, Mr. Palmer, and good evening, board members, Dr. Mbenga and cabinet. Understanding the importance of this initiative and its impact on our students and community, we set out to actively engage our internal and external DPS stakeholders. In spring 2021, we launched our Growing Together community engagement series. Our approach in engaging the community has been in 3 sections with numerous opportunities for listening, learning, and sharing. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. Our strategies for connecting with families and residents has been multi-pronged to ensure that we could hear from as many people as possible to help inform our recommendations for this policy. We developed a robust online presence at engage.dpsnc.net, which houses historical information regarding this project, along with white papers, videos, and other data. This portal has also allowed individuals to able to connect directly with our project team to pose questions and to share their thoughts. We leveraged our social media platforms to connect with parents and the community as well, to continue gathering feedback throughout this several months long process. We conducted surveys with our staff, families, and community starting from last spring all the way through this fall to continue to listen and learn. We were intentional about our opportunities to connect with all of Durham and enlisted the assistance of students and community members through an ambassador program. Our student ambassadors represented our comprehensive high schools and specialty high schools, and we asked them questions about what programs they thought should be in DPS, where should those programs be located. In turn, they were able to go out and engage their own peers and their school communities so we could listen to even more students to make sure that their voices were centered in this process as well. Our community ambassadors represented more than 30 organizations across Durham, and they in turn attended sessions with us to talk, to listen, to learn, and then to go back out into the community to share information on our behalf to bring more people to the table. And throughout this work, we were especially considerate of our marginalized communities and underrepresented populations to ensure that everyone in Durham had a seat at this table. Lastly, we created space for our community to connect directly with district leaders as we shared information, but most importantly, we listened to their hopes and concerns as it related to equity and access with student assignment. We have been strategic in our efforts, again, to reach out to more of our populations that have not necessarily been heard, holding offshoots of our community engagement at McDougall Terrace, presentations with the Durham Committee, outreach to our Latinx families, and attendance at various community events throughout Durham. Those sessions that we had for our in-person and digital community engagement sessions, our last series was 6 weeks long, where we traveled throughout Durham at various school locations to make sure families who did not have access had an opportunity to come directly to our schools to participate in these programs, or they could certainly join digitally. Next slide, please. As you can see, we have offered over 25 regional sessions with our internal and external stakeholders communities over the past few months, receiving valuable information from our community. Since launching our engagement with stakeholders earlier this year, we have garnered significant awareness about the Growing Together initiative, amassing over 14,000 impressions. Essentially, this is the number of eyes on posts, visits to websites, all with people getting more information about Growing Together, and that is from our efforts in the spring to date. And we have seen over 1,600 engagements, and those engagements include attendance at in-person or virtual sessions. They include participation in surveys, views on videos, and comments and emails collected over the past few months. As mentioned, this has certainly been a collective team effort, but I would like to recognize Dr. Kelvin Bullock, who has been instrumental in the development and execution of this engagement plan, along with our partners at the DPS Foundation, Student U, and RTI, who have been with us every step of the way. And with that, I will turn it back over to Mr. Palmer.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. And notably, Ms. Cooper was at each of those hybrid digital and in-person sessions in person. And Sheena, we appreciate it sincerely. Next slide, please. Here's what we've heard, right? And we started with the first, before we come with problems or before we come with solutions, let us understand first where the community is at with this, right? And we heard are 5 overarching things. And number 1, and I must start with this, even though it's the furthest right. All schools in Durham public schools are good schools. And we heard that resoundingly from not only community neighborhood school parents, or those that intend to be so, but also those that were in magnet schools, right? That said, I applied to a magnet school, not for the program, but for the school. All schools in Durham public schools are good schools. That the programs themselves, right? It's time to take a look at those, where we place them, why we place them there, and which programs we really need right now in the year 2021 and beyond. That operationally, the complexity between not only the utilization of the school building itself, where we're capping some schools and letting other schools overcrowd, and then, quite frankly, transporting students across the county from county edge to fill those seats is massively complex and produces long ride times and inefficiencies that we discussed earlier. The diversity as well, and this was again pointing back to that April 2020 session that we had together, where we talked about the disparities that are existing between some of our community neighborhood schools and some of our schools of choice, right? That we can do so much more to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion at a school level through our systems of student assignment. And lastly, that those systems are enormously complex. As a staff, we've brought to you, there are 23 rules for 23 schools, that we have hard written in rules school by school. And this brings us back towards a board vision and a community vision of, if we're to do school choice programs, what should we be thinking about? How might we begin to place them? Next slide, please. When we met this summer with you in the summer retreat of 2021, we heard that you wanted to know more about the regional approach, and we'll certainly talk about that some tonight. Wanting to focus on relevant programs, again, consistent with what our community has been sharing. The importance of promoting school diversity whenever and wherever possible, to simplify the process, and to ensure that we're looking at priorities for siblings. We will continue to evaluate the opportunities for, especially when we get into middle and high school policy, the potential for tenure and long-term enrollment in Durham Public Schools in student applications, but need more legal guidance to make any formal recommendation at this time. Next slide, please. What we heard in our next session, particularly around the problems, there were 4 central themes. a lack of understanding on how the choice options were structured and for whom they were available, the rules that accompanied those options, the probability, and then sometimes extremely low probabilities that a family would get a seat that they applied for. And that even if they do get that seat, that we have long ride times that go across the county. Next slide, please. And this is the good slide. This is the slide that we're excited about, the solutions we can do. These are system level issues. These are planning issues. These are issues that we can work on together with the administration and the Board of Education. We can manage those complex rules. We can align programs to ensure that pre-K and EC classrooms are aligned at a school level. We are building 3 new schools and renovating 6 others. We can reflect the new neighborhoods and residential growth that are the future of Durham, while also adjusting long outdated school boundaries. And lastly, that our overcrowded schools, which we're all too familiar with, you see the mobile classrooms, you see the high classroom counts at a school level, we can do more with those new facilities. Next slide, please. I'll briefly revisit what it may mean when we talk about these problems and solutions for a family living near Bethesda Elementary, near Miami Boulevard in southeastern Durham. Now, using our school locator that's available on the website, just dropping in an address on Ivywood Lane shows that a family may have a neighborhood community school assignment to Bethesda Elementary, which is a wonderful school. The challenge sets in when that family has additional programmatic needs. If that child needs developmental needs support, Bethesda does not have a pre-K program nor EC programs that support children with developmental needs. In that area of Durham, in that region of Durham, the schools that are nearest are Parkwood, Pearsontown, and W.G. Pearson, which are all at least 5 miles away. Moreover, as that child matriculates from those schools which are far away from their home to the next level, to kindergarten, they're not going to be able to stay at those schools because we don't have aligned program pathways between pre-K and EC. This is around program and classroom placement, and it's something we can absolutely improve on. What's even more challenging for that family is if they did want a K-5 application, school choice or magnet option. If they were seeking year-round calendar options, they'd have a 15% likelihood, 1 out of 8 applications to get in. And if they wanted a Montessori instructional option, they would have less than a 1% chance getting in after the priority zone. So though we are offering many options for families, the actual likelihood of families accessing those resources and needs is very low and at times misaligned. Next slide, please. And here's what we can do together. First and foremost is identifying and acknowledging that what we're talking about with programs are resources, and particularly instructional resources for students that need those supports. When we identify programs as resources, we can begin to think strategically, where do we put our pre-K classrooms? Where do we put our EC special programs? And where do we put our application schools? What are we trying to do with those? And then to that second point, the distribution of that placement. Okay, is there equity? Is there spatial justice? Is there regional access to programs? Right now, we have some misalignments. And the last point, for our goals and ambitions with diversity and equity at a school level, that relates back to the way that we structure and design our magnet, we'll call it our application-based student assignment lottery. Right now, we have sort of a waterfall approach, and we can do so much more to ensure that our application schools reflect both Durham Public Schools and the community that we serve. Next slide, please. The last piece from me, and then you're going to hear a bit from Dr. Pittman on the policy itself, and she'll walk you through that. We have an opportunity to bring forth the concept of regions in Durham, right? Regions is a planning concept. You might have heard of regional planning. Surprising to many, the Research Triangle Park is a regional plan. A bunch of cities and counties got together and made a business incubator park. That's what regional planning is. Working together, entities, whether they're schools or cities, working closely together geographically to serve a broader purpose, to produce a public good. What we have the opportunity here in Durham to do is to regionally plan for our education, to ensure if you live in Eastern Durham or Northern Durham or Southern Durham, you have the same programs and the same opportunities as other parts of the county. That's not the case currently, but we can move in that direction. And part of our recommendation and ask this evening is the permission to begin planning for regions. We're not proposing maps. We're not proposing solutions tonight about what those regions will look like. That's the work ahead in the first part of 2022. But tonight we would like that opportunity to do so and take that next step. Questions to ask as we think about this. First and foremost, we do regional planning already. Our year-round application schools are regions of eligibility. That's exactly what a region is. Depending on where you live in Durham, you have that year-round option as your application. Questions for us to be asking is, are there equitable distributions of our pre-K seats? Is there equitable distribution of our EC special program classrooms? If you're a DN family in Southern Durham, is there a program that supports you? And lastly, with the location of our application schools, have we thought that through, what we're trying to do with them and where they're located? So I'll leave you with those questions and thoughts and ask Dr. Pittman to join me to walk you through the policy that we're bringing forth.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer, and good evening, board. If I may, at your seats, you should have a folder that highlights the track changes version of the policy. I'll be referencing it episodically. When it transitioned into your board packet, the colored contrast didn't show, so we've provided a hard copy for your convenience. So what I'm going to do is talk you through how we have collected the aggregate whole of all of our community engagement and what we've heard from our internal and external stakeholders to bring forward some recommendations for policy revision. Before I begin, I want to share on the next slide, if we could go in the next slide, please. The format, let's just look at the color coding format. The logic model that we'll go through in the red is going to be the policy revision concept that we're bringing forth for reconsideration. In the green, are the resources that we have reference to bring forth the recommendation. And there are two bubbles of green. One is the North Carolina School Boards Association policy. We have affiliation with the School Boards Association. They provide sample policies for us to consider. And indeed, a few years ago, they provided policy 4150 for Durham Public Schools. We used that as our template and we customized and we added and we interjected many of our rules and regulations and our policy customizations for Durham into that policy. So the project team stepped back when we looked at our existing policy and we said, let's revisit the basics. Let's go back to that sample policy as one of our considerations. And then the second consideration is our community engagement, the internal and external community feedback. And then the final bubble at the bottom will be in blue. That is the recommendation we're bringing forward for revision. Before I begin to just a terminology shift, as a project team, words matter. And we heard resoundingly across our community that all schools in Durham are outstanding. There is so much support for every school across our Durham public schools. And yet there was also a feeling and quite transparent feedback that there's a perception sometimes that magnet schools or choice schools may be better than some of our non-magnet. And as a project team, we began wrestling with how do we manage that terminology to communicate all schools are excellent, but some have some specializations. And so it is our recommendation that we do a minor adjustment in our policy and rather refer to magnet schools or choice schools, that we go to application school. You have a neighborhood school assigned, or if there are other options you would like to consider as a family, those schools would be accessed through application. So those are going to be some soft language transitions that will begin, but let's dig in. There are 4 major areas of revision that will then companion to the policy track changes, but let's start with the first one. And the first said in our current policy that there are operational inefficiencies and barriers to access. And some of that was outlined in our beginning of the presentation. And so what we are recommending tonight, as we looked at our school boards policy, there are recommendations in the sample policy from the School Boards Association that does say you need to use efficient use, highlighting efficient use of your facilities. But the policy, the School Boards Association doesn't address transportation inefficiencies or other. And our community feedback honored what Mr. Palmer just highlighted in some, in that our community and internal feedback said these transportation inefficiencies are really problematic for our students to drive across, to have to ride across the entire community, and barriers of access, of course. And so the proposed recommendation is that indeed we move to a more regional program access model, particularly for our elementary schools. And so in the track changes version that you have at your desk, at your station, if we'll go to the next slide, I want to highlight some of the actual changes in policy. We began a new section that we're entitling under B, specialized programs. And in that, we're indicating that Durham Public Schools will place specialized programs using a regional model in elementary, middle, and high schools. But the specialized programs can involve pre-kindergarten, EC special programs, and of course, schools access through application, including our program applications and year-round. And so in item B1, the regional access would indicate that the district shall offer reasonably comparable set of specialized programs to all students in each region, and that we would want to support the maximum number of students, relevant program options, that we can increase the probability and the proximity of access to our schools in those regions. And there are also some parameters lifted up for the superintendent that we can use regions that can be defined or not limited to the community infrastructure, some of which Mr. Palmer referenced, or looking at community and neighborhood characteristics, including socioeconomic status as indicators. So next slide. The next slide under B talks about program placement. And this placement would be such that pre-K, EC, and application schools, where they are placed does influence equity and access. And so we would want to provide for equitable access to our schools and programs by considering these following factors: the centrality of that school in relation to the region it serves, looking at the capacity and utilization of the school, projected enrollment, and interestingly enough, road speed and jurisdiction and the network on and around the school campuses, with consideration of walkability, pedestrian access, promoting student safety, health, and wellness through walking or biking to school. And our third area is under section B3, district-wide access. We do recognize that if we do go to a regional model, there may indeed be some schools that we would want to open to the entire district. And so we wanted to allow for a provision such that if Durham Public Schools did have unique specialized programs that are offered district-wide to support academic instruction, that these would be accessible to all families regardless of the region in which they reside. Next slide. So the second big policy revision that we want to consider is that assignments must be made in a non-discriminatory manner. The School Boards Association honors that. Our current policy honors non-discriminatory manner, but the community feedback was a huge celebration and tribute to the great work of Dr. Bullock, the Office of Equity Affairs, the board's support, and the values of our community that said, let's lift up with intentionality in our assignment policy, Policy 1900, about racial and educational equity. And so to that end, our proposed revision on the next slide does indicate with intentionality pursuant to Policy 1900. On the next slide, that would be great. Yes, thank you. That the regulations and procedures for assignment to application schools will ensure that the access and representation in academic programming in schools and maintain socioeconomic diversity that is reasonably reflective of the school system as a whole. In addition, we also embed some criteria that can be considered and lift up again the effective and efficient use of school facilities and transportation. We also lift with intentionality whether siblings will attend to the same school, whether or not we will enable programmatic links, and any program criteria that must be met by the student for admission. Then the next slide, please. Our next issue for reconsideration is prescriptive regarding individual school assignments with complex rules and lottery priorities. Boy, did we hear honest feedback about how complex our policy of assigning families to magnet schools is. And so the sample policy with the School Boards Association does provide guiding principles. Our community feedback was, please add some simplicity to this. Excuse me. And so if we go to the next slide, we are going to pull and lift out. I'm going to have a problem in a minute. I'm so sorry. Thank you. We're going to lift out all the regulations and procedures, excuse me, that we customized and embedded in our policy a few years ago that have to do with assignment and the individuality, the rules around assignment. We're going to pull those out and move them out of policy and into regulations and procedures, and we will revisit that at the appropriate time. And then there are also transfer regulation, policy revision, policy components in the policy that we want to lift out and align with our transfer policy. So in your track changes version, you will see multiple strikeouts of all of the individual rules and of access that are specific, that really don't belong in policy, but really are more aligned to regulation and procedure. And then finally, if we go to the next slide, the last area for reconsideration is that our policy currently really does produce some instability around enrollment, which impacts over and under enrollment, not only in magnet schools, but also in our non-magnets. And given the sample policy from the School Boards Association that does have recommendations around highlighting efficient use of facilities, and our community saying, please help stabilize some of the over and under enrollment in our schools. We're asking and recommending that in our policy, there's an adjusting of the timeline for seat assignment. And on the next slide, under section E, the request for the reassignment revision would be that upon the acceptance of a lottery seat, so a family applies to the lottery, they were notified in March of the year prior to the year following to start their magnet assignment, that assignment would be binding, that when we notify a family that they've been accepted into an application school and they accept that seat, that would then commit them to the following school year for a year. What that will do is, as our schools are beginning to plan school rosters, student rosters, master schedules, hiring, welcoming families, orientation, all of that can be stabilized through the summer so that we are day one ready to launch with solid schools ready to welcome families and get about the business of instruction. And so our recommendation is that be stabilized upon acceptance. We also do want to honor the fact that emergencies and unexpected circumstances happen. And in the event that a family really needed a reconsideration of that decision, that they could manage that through the Office of Student Assignment. At this time, that concludes our major policy revisions for first reading, and we will open it to questions. And I think Mr. Palmer and others are available.
Thank you, Dr. Pittman and Mr. Palmer for the presentation, as well as the rest of the team who worked on this. It feels like just not too long ago that we all were talking about Creekside and Parkwood adjustments and then had our retreat. I think you all have done an excellent job walking us through such a complex topic and putting it in some really simple, digestible, I should say, maybe not simple, but digestible options for us to digest and work on as a board. So questions, board members, Mr. Lee.
All right, thank you. This is so important. This is, if we are going to be about equitable access to all of our programs, this is where it starts. This is the actual motion of it, of doing this work. I've said every time that we've talked about this, I've said, there are programs where, and you mentioned, and it was mentioned earlier, that no one can really get into because people move into a certain area because they understand the priority zone. They understand if they move in and have kids, the sibling preferences will guarantee them spots. And, it's a lottery program, but no one else can get in. It like 1 or 2 seats in a year where anyone can get into the preschool program, which because of sibling preference and things. If we move forward with this, and which I hope we do, I'm hopeful that this addresses those types of situations. And I want to ask about that a little bit more. One of the public commenters made a very brief comment about sibling preference, and they moved into the area in a certain school district and districted school because of sibling preference, and that's why they moved there, and that is part of the problem. There's a section down in downtown Durham where, realtors are saying, Duke employees only, right, for these particular houses, and they're zoned for particular school programs, so they have free pre-K. It's almost like a selling thing, and so all of a sudden you have an area, a school that only has a certain type of student or family. And I am very hopeful that these types of revisions will eliminate that. I know people are going to be mad. I know people are going to be, raising all kinds of cane about, they moved here for a certain reason for this school and you guys are doing this, but hey, in Durham Public Schools, we're about equitably distributing our resources and our programs, having access to a program. So I just wanted for us to ask a little bit more deeper. We kind of talked about it very, very briefly in the strike throughs, it has the students, the sibling preference kind of thing marked out. How does this affect, sibling preference across the district? I know that there are some general magnet schools where if you have a student there, the siblings can go. I mean, well, you have to apply, but it's a pretty good tie there, right? There are some programs that don't allow that, that we have. How does this generally affect the access? And how will it generally affect the access to, say programs like Watts, the Montessori programs and so forth?
Understood the question, and I think it's important to note that this policy is not about any one school.
Right.
It's not about
I
Watts
understand.
or any school. What it is, though, is giving us some rules to begin that next phase.
Mhm.
Right. So one of the points we had during the summer retreat is if we are to offer an application program, should it or should it not have a geographic, let's call it a priority zone around that program? That part is not in this policy. That's in rules and procedures, which is the first part of the next chapter. To do the program placements, we'll need to get to that. What it does do, though, is remain intact the sibling preference linkages with regards to, and we heard resoundingly from families across the spectrum of Durham, the importance of brothers and sisters being able to go to school together. That durable linkage was an essential part of the Durham public school experience. So directly about access for the next phase with rules and procedures, we will need to determine with the board the decisions with regards to priority zones, whether to include them or not for application schools, as well as if we are, I'll use year-round, for example. We have 3 very different models, right? Currently, the priority zone for Holt is effectively an enrollment zone. So 96% of the students at Holt, which is an application-based school, are actually neighborhood students. Conversely, the exact opposite is true at Pearson Town, where 100% of the students attend, there is no priority zone, it's straight lottery. And then easily is about 50-50. That work will absolutely be the next chapter for us, is to determine the regions, the programs that will be offered in the regions, and then the rules for the programs there at that time. This is very much more higher level of giving us the ability to take that next step with you, the board.
I appreciate that. And I did say the term magnet. I apologize. I know that we're changing to application-based school. I like that nomenclature. So, but it's going to take a little transition here. But so thank you so much. I really appreciate you answering that for me.
Wait, I'm gonna chime in and ask a question, because you got to where I was thinking, I'm sure many families and community members are watching this tonight. And right at the end of what you said, you talked about what comes next. Can you walk us a little bit more through what happens next? And if I'm watching and I'm like, okay, so what does that mean for my child, for school showcase, for magnet applications this year? Can you kind of respond to that?
Absolutely. Thank you. So for the showcase of schools and for the upcoming school year, no changes. If we think through what must happen, the first step was to receive the endorsement of the board and the approval of regional modeling. And as Mr. Palmer has referenced, that now the work of region definition and placement begins. So our showcase of schools is this Saturday, and the applications open in January 11th. So for the next school year, we will be held harmless and there will be no changes. What now will coincide, though, at the same time, once we do the work of the regional model and getting everything placed, start the following school year, a year from now, we will be into an application period for the new model. And so there will be simultaneous work occurring. We'll be having school with our current model, as well as the design and placement and preparation of the new model that will then launch in the year 2023, 2024. So a year from now, we'll be applying for our new regional model schools.
Yes, that is helpful. Thank you. Ms. Byer and then Ms. Valladares.
So I just want to thank the entire team that really came together to do work that is overdue and work that can only be done with heart that represents the Durham community and significantly, Mr. Palmer, your expertise that we haven't had in Durham in a long time or ever. So I want to acknowledge just all the work that you've done, all the engagement that you've done, and then still acknowledge that we are in a pandemic and wish that we could continue to do more and have to keep looking all the way through this process for reaching into voices that we haven't heard from. And that's going to be so critical, because this is the first layer, this regional idea and some policy changes and language, and then it's going to get really, really personal for folks. And so we're going to need to continue to be engaged. We haven't had the conversation about why do we have magnet schools and why do we have choice schools? And I think
application schools.
I'm going to get there, but they were magnets in the day, right? And I'm going to get us to application schools. And people ask me this, and I think it's because the reality of where we are in North Carolina with people working actively at the state level to give vouchers and to give charters unlimited expansion and to give all kinds of things, but full support to local public schools. Families still desire some sort of choice, some families. And so the tension for me is, how do we offer some of that in a qualitative way that values the equity that Durham values, that represents our whole community, that has language justice and brings everyone to the table if they want that. And then how do we also, and maybe even it goes into this policy, how do we lift up our base schools, our neighborhood schools, so that they can be everything that the shining stars that they are, that there aren't inequitable resources, that if they want to be funky language school or science extraordinaire elementary, that they have what they need to be that, and people don't have to apply. They just know that their first best choice is their neighborhood school. So partly as part of policy, I'm going around in a circle to get at, I almost want us to refer to our neighborhood schools in here as the first thing that we come to in this. Not that we start with our principles of regional access and specialized programs and whatever, but that real core belief that every school is strong, outstanding, and really start from that place. And then when you got to the part about district-wide access, I think we're going to have a lot of schools, once you guys get working, that are unique. We're not going to have 2 City of Medicine academies. We're not going to have 2 early colleges. I mean, so I'm thinking about flipping that framing and having y'all consider that as you dig into it and wordsmith it more. But I know people want specifics too. I think they want to know that you have regions figured out, but I don't think you do yet. And I don't think we're at that point yet. Is that the answer to that part of that question as well?
We felt it's strongly important, given our existing policy 4150, that we first lay down a foundational policy that reflects the community and the board's values with regards to the system of student assignment. That gives us the guidelines and parameters to bring you recommendations that are reflective of those values. So if you can imagine layering a cake, right now we're at that foundational layer. The next layers we'll get into programs, we'll get into maps and so forth. And we're very well prepared for that. But first we must establish a baseline policy that is the guiding light for us to then bring you additional recommendations.
Ms. Valladares.
Thank you so much for all this work on assignment boundaries. I really appreciated the retreat when we were all kind of, giving input on what was priority for us, and definitely bringing in the contextual things about resources, whether they are land, whether they are access. Like there's some schools that are proximate to a library, right? Like we have Lowe's Grove that is close to the Durham County Library, just a few blocks away. And then we have some schools that are talking about Duke Homestead, that are going to have access to trails, access to watersheds and all that. So I really appreciate the regional aspect of all this in terms of where our students are going to be situated and how we're looking at programming. I have just the personal experience of being a student in DPS and understanding that my school, Hillside High School, right, has the IB program within that school, and that is an application, that is the definition of an application program. Now, folks who live in that area go to that school, but then within the schools, there are specific programs that are application based. And I think that is a strength in a way, because it gives that kind of choice. When you can go in different paths. Right now, Hillside has the GROTC program, right? And Hillside has other kinds of programs, including, so many programs to list. And so there's so many tracks. And so my support for focusing on the programs is that every school should have something that will bring people with that interest, and that every school can provide that programming. Now, at this point, we have 54 schools. And we are with Ignite Online Academy. And so I guess the question in terms of this regional aspect is that when there are schools that have, and I'm looking at schools that have 54 acres, like the Lions Farm is going to have upwards of 40 acres. Some schools are smaller, like the Whitted School doesn't have that space, and so as we're thinking about capacity, as we're thinking about offering programs, as we're thinking about the busing situation, I just wonder, what is the vision down the line if you could have it in a way that every school has its own application program? Can you give us just a little bit of what are some of the constraints of that right now? And what is the vision going forward, even as we do these revisions, and hopefully we'll continue to fine tune it?
There's a few things there that we'd like to respond to. I think when you talk about vision, firstly, we want to come back to this guiding principle that all schools in Durham Public Schools are great schools, right? The individual sort of placement of a program that's application-based seems to be most relevant when we start talking about middle and high school programs. If you'll look at our existing 4150 policy, it is almost exclusively about elementary school application magnet programs, right? So much of this initial work, as we've discussed, I think we do need to look at the whole policy, but the majority of this policy is really directed at elementary. The layering on and the work with Dr. Pack and the CTE and magnet programs, and really, I think we begin to see the intersectionality of those two departments under her leadership, right? That those are really increasingly one hand feeding the other about applications and career and technical pathways. That is work that is yet to come. And as Ms. Byer alluded to, may very well be, continue to be on these district-wide applications. We don't really want to weigh in on that. Most of what we wanted to focus on with this policy and the vision, if you will, for the regions is about our most sensitive students and our youngest students, right? That in some ways we've made it enormously complex at an early grade, ages 4 and 5 years, families having to make difficult decisions. And really, quite frankly, the pressure that we put on those decisions at times, right? So we see 14,000 applications to our magnet programs. Unfortunately, especially at the elementary level, the majority of those applications are denied, which feeds into many of the other decisions that families then feel that they need to make. So simplifying that process and ensuring equity and access, that the rules are transparent, that the regions are reasonably reflective not only of Durham, but they're offering comparable choices. That's the vision, is that no matter where you move in Durham, you will have a quality, accessible education at your disposal, and that you can come to any Durham school and receive a good quality education. You may have an individual preference for a type of instruction or calendar. That's to be determined working with the board as we come into this next phase about programs, especially at elementary. Dr. Pittman, is that an appropriate?
Perfect, thank you. Thank you so much. And just to follow up, I do know that there are paths. So for example, if you start in a school that has a humanities program, so I'm following like a path, because the thing is that I know that this is geared towards elementary schools, but there are a lot of parents who are already tracking, where is my child going to end up when they go to middle school and high school? So it's kind of like, how does this impact some of that other placement when it comes to middle schools and high schools? So you start with, let's say, humanities magnet program, which now will become an application program. And then, you want to continue to follow that. So the next general sequence would be Shepherd, right? Because it had the IB program, or you can go into the different placements, but I'm thinking about like kind of mapping the pipeline as we're preparing folks that we're preparing leaders, like our scholars are following certain things. And so while this policy does help us provide logistical support in terms of like mitigating, the busing throughout, the offerings and all that, I do want it to, I know that there's more work to be done, but to keep that vision, follow that whole thing of how it impacts by interest, by the schools that are there. So we can keep that big picture of how it impacts even going into middle schools and high schools.
Absolutely. Thank you for raising that up. That the provision in our policy around program linkages and keeping that in there in the event that that is the direction we do want to go or maintain, that'll be at our disposal now because it's in policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Raven.
As always, I wanted to thank you all for all of this work. I really just kind of have two comments. The first comment is I fully support the regional, the move to a regional plan. I always talk about how on the eastern portion of Durham, like if you look at Southern Durham High School, there's about around 4 elementary schools, maybe 5 within a 5-minute drive. And I know the year-round school is not really an option in that area. You have to kind of drive across town to get to one of the schools. So that would definitely be an added benefit in that area. But one of the comments that I had on the slide that you all had, where I believe it was the five tiles, and I think it said something about sibling preference and also having tenure. I really do feel like if we can nail this right, the ability to have tenure weighted in the application can really increase the longevity of how we're able to essentially retain families to continue to support and stay within DPS. And when I say that, and I know this is something that will eventually be covered in the rules and procedure area, but I just want to kind of give my thought process and see if it can help us, help challenge us to be better. If we're looking at elementary schools and we know that some parents may want to move here, if they can get into a certain middle school, application school, right? Or a certain high school application school, having that preference of tenure based on how many grades that they were with us and having that type of weighted, I would imagine that a lot of parents in DPS would not feel too, they would feel a little off if somebody who wasn't even in DPS essentially was able to get into some of these application programs before them. So I would love that if we move forward, if we really do track that tenure, and I don't know how you all are going to do it. I know it's going to be a difficult task, but anything that could increase our longevity and really use this as a recruiting and a retainment tool for our families to keep them in DPS all the way through elementary school and up, that would be amazing. Thank you all.
I have a couple of questions. What will community engagement look like moving forward? I know we had such robust processes going into this policy revision. And so what does that look like for families and community who want to stay engaged moving forward?
Thank you for that question. We plan to replicate some of our strategies that we used during this process because they did prove to be successful in doing outreach to families. We will replicate much of that moving forward, and we will certainly keep in mind and be extremely thoughtful about engaging all of Durham and ensuring that more of our families are at the table. So in working with Dr. Bullock, more of our community partners, actually being more present out in the community, replicating models similar to going to McDougall Terrace to talk to those families. So we just want to make sure we are where the families are to make sure that we're gathering information in this process. So we will be finalizing our plans for next steps, and we'll be sure to communicate that effectively with all of our stakeholders.
If I could, yes, and I'd also like to repeat our debt to our partners, DPS Foundation and Student U. Our gratitude to our partners at RTI who have helped operationalize all of this. We have learned a lot about community engagement, not only through this process, but in the last several years. We have a lot of models to look to at the city and county levels where they've been very innovative as well. So it's only going to get better. And one of the ways that I know it's only going to get better is that we have the hard work of Sheena Cooper and Dr. Kelvin Bullock, who really expanded what we've been able to do for community engagement over previous years. There's still an ideal out there that we haven't reached yet, but if you compare the community engagement that we were able to do for this to what we did for the Creekside and Githens adjustments, I think we're most definitely moving in the right direction with equity and inclusion at the centerpiece. And I want to also acknowledge the support of board members who helped us tap into their networks and to help and to encourage some things. We've heard some fascinating things, some of the qualitative information that we received from families at McDougall Terrace. It's going to inform the future of this work.
Did I miss though the timeline? Like, are y'all pushing the pause button after we do this over the holidays? And then when do you pick it back up? Like,
We're chuckling because we've already begun thinking about immediate next steps. So there will not be a pause button, but there is some time sensitivity to this work indeed.
Sure. And one of the things we want to point out, and again, to the students and families and parents that are watching this evening, you would be amazed the number of parents that were trying to care for their child while also making sure they were participating and being citizens. It is so hard. It truly is. No one has time to do all the things we want to do, but a credit to truly the hundreds, if not thousands of parents that were able to do that through this project. What we promised them is that we would be coming back with the next steps as this policy is pivoting into the rules and procedures. And that part we're very excited about, to begin to talk about the programs, the regions themselves, and the placements in the future for student assignment in Durham Public Schools. So I believe it is the anticipation and expectation of our community that we'll be bringing that work in the first part of 2022.
I think it will be helpful if once, I know this is the first step, so once this is done with first reading and it's posted on our website, if we can give some dates around January 2022 or March. I think generally people are really trying to understand how and what and when. I think some parents even expected tonight was going to be everything, right? Like now I know where my school assignment will be in 2023. So I think just trying to make sure community is walking with us will be important. And so as much clarity as we can provide, I think will be helpful. Any other questions, board members? This is up for first reading. So read, so I would take a motion that we can move it to our next meeting for a second reading.
So moved.
Second.
So moved by Mr. Sears, seconded by Ms. Byer. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. Thank you, team. Board members and an admin, would you be okay with a 5-minute recess and then we'll come back and conclude the next section of our meeting? Thank you all. So we'll start back at 9:35. All right. We are back. Good evening, everyone who's still watching. So we're gonna move on to the second half of our agenda, which is operational services. I'm gonna turn it over to Dr. Monk.
Thank you and good evening to everyone again. I'm gonna go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Palmer to walk us through our Lions Farm Elementary student assignment plan. Mr. Palmer.
Thank you, Dr. Monk, and good evening once again all. Several years ago, you'll recall that we began the process of planning for Lions Farm. Actually, a decade ago, to be quite honest. We acquired the land in 2009 with the anticipation that it would be coming soon. As you saw with our topping off ceremony last month, that time is arriving. The school will be opening shortly here, August of 2022. So for planning purposes, that's just around the corner. And many of our families need to know what their eligibility school boundaries will be for our Southern Durham elementaries. So we do want to bring this for your information this evening. We will be offering a virtual and in-person opportunity for the Durham community the week of November 29th. On November 30th, we'll have a virtual town hall where families can attend and learn about the specifics of boundaries and neighborhoods and roads and streets. And then on December 2nd, we'll be hosting an in-person session at the Jordan High School auditorium. But tonight is really just for you, the board, to be informed on what we intend to bring to the community. And then for the December 9th board meeting, we intend to bring you a full recommendation for approval. So with that, next slide, please. So again, Lions Farm acquired the land itself and the school being built to accommodate and support a growing Southern Durham population. You're well equipped with the history of the land itself and the importance to the Southern Durham farming community, and our acknowledgement and appreciation for the Lions family and the land itself. This site is not only historically and culturally relevant, it's also strategically located between two very overcrowded schools. Despite our efforts with supporting and alleviating overcrowding at Creekside, that has only intensified. In addition, Parkwood is now also overcrowded, both schools being overcrowded. In fact, this year we just opened up a new mobile quadplex classroom set at Parkwood, in addition to the 10 that we have at Creekside. Again, thinking back to those strategic plan 5C, our goal is to have students in brick and mortar classrooms for many reasons. They're safer and they're more designed optimally for instruction. Mobile classrooms are temporary classrooms. They are not a long-term plan. So our goal is to ensure that we can alleviate overcrowding at both Parkwood and Creekside and bring all students in Southern Durham into a permanent brick and mortar seat. It also provides us the opportunity to set forth on this next chapter for Durham Public Schools with a model school. So looking at those pre-K and EC alignments that we've been discussing, we'll be programming that into the placements at Lions Farm. And overall, it is a key pillar in the Growing Together strategy for the 23-24 academic year. As we just concluded the previous conversation, this is really that next first step after the student assignment policy is to adjust for Lions Farm. Next slide, please. So you can see our capacities of the Southern Durham elementary schools, and I'm talking about the very most Southern Durham elementary schools below Interstate 40. You'll see that Creekside currently its enrollment is approaching once again 800 students, remembering that we had adjusted that only 2 years ago from 800 down to 700, and it's come back up again. That's because of the prolific residential growth and development and the success, as you saw tonight, of our Principal of the Year, Tori Creamer. At Parkwood, similarly, under the principalship of Anna Rasconi, we've had enormous success. Our enrollments at the kindergarten levels are some of the highest in all of Durham Public Schools. And you see that in the overall enrollment at Parkwood, climbing from back 2 years ago, we were around 500 to 550 students. Now we're well past 600. So in the aggregate, both schools are having enormous success, and the Southern Durham community is choosing DPS. We need a school to help alleviate those two other schools. That's what tonight's for. Our objective here is not to fill 100% utilization. It never is. Because if we filled every classroom to 21 students, and that's the cap legislatively, that next student has no room. And we have to begin the process once again of considering mobile classrooms or other alternatives, or co-teaching, doubling up teachers in a room, just to be in accordance with K3 HB 90 legislation. So our goal here is to be somewhere between 80 and 90%, both for the purposes of allowing students to matriculate as they go, but also to ensure that if one additional student enrolls in one of these schools, that we have the room to support them. Next slide, please. So the capacity for Lions Farm, you'll see, is 618 kindergarten through 5th grade students. We can support up to 36 pre-K students. It depends on if that's a Title I, a general population, or an EC classroom as far as the actual classroom size. But you see 18 is our max for pre-K, times 2 is 36. And we can support up to 10 children in each EC specialized classroom to give us 20. The building size itself is voluminous, and the site itself, as you know, has a lot of acreage. It's a beautiful location there on Scott King Road, 46 total acres. Next slide, please. Our goal here, our ideal kind of sweet spot, is to be between 500 and 560 kindergarten through 5th graders. We do want to support a blended model in coordination with the vision for Dr. Cotterman and our EC Early Childhood Education Program to ensure that we're all able to offer pre-K classrooms that support all three, sort of a blended model between pre-K, Title I, pre-K EC, and pre-K general population. In addition, we anticipate that the EC classrooms will be fully subscribed at 10 students per classroom. So I've used that benchmark. If we could get to 85%, that would be wonderful, but there are unknowns here. First and foremost will be legacy assignments. And I reference, you'll recall 2 years ago, we had shared with Creekside families that were being adjusted for Parkwood, that they may choose to stay at Parkwood if they were so inclined. It was not a formal policy that was adopted, but it was certainly something that parents and the board had discussed at that time. In addition, Pearson Town has a dominant presence in Southern Durham from its enrollment. We don't know yet what percentage of families that would be boundary adjusted as their neighborhood community school that would now be Lions Farm may choose to transfer from Pearson Town into Lions Farm. We don't know that number yet. And the last part is that this may very well be a recruitment strategy for charter students who may choose to come to Durham Public Schools and enroll at Lions Farm. We can't know that number yet either. So again, that's why we exercise caution here. We don't want to fill 100%. We really, if I'm to be candid, 80 to 85% would be even better, just to give ourselves some breathing room for the unknowns that are to be determined. I know there's been some questions from parents or community members about what these unknowns mean. And again, some of these decisions will be family level decisions, as well as those of you, the board, and we'll await your instruction as well as the decisions of families to know for certain. So we want to leave a buffer in there to plan for some breathing room, depending on choices that families make. Next slide, please. Our timeline here, again, the overview tonight, this is only for your information. We will be having 2 public events, one digital and one in person, the week after Thanksgiving. And then we will seek to come back to you with a boundary recommendation, a more formal and full boundary recommendation on December 9th, so that those families know going into the new year, which families will be boundaried for Parkwood, which for Lions Farm, and which for Creekside. So with that, I'd ask for the next slide and any questions or comments you may have.
Mr. Lee.
And just really quickly, the numbers that you had, thank you for this presentation. I really appreciate this getting out here this early. Families can take a look at it. You know, when we vote in December, you know, from then until Lions Farm opens up, you know where you're going. I really appreciate that. Just really quickly, the capacity numbers for Lions Farm, I see 618 K5, 36 pre-K, 20 EC K5. The 618, is that inclusive of the pre-K and the
No.
So these are,
those layer on top of that core
okay,
K-5
so
instruction.
okay, so it's more than 618 bodies and students in the building. It's the 618 plus 36 plus 20.
Correct.
But the target is 560, 26, and 20.
That's
Right.
correct.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. I just wanted to clarify that the 560, the ideal 560, isn't inclusive of the pre-K and the EC. That's on top. So there's okay. Thank you.
Ms. Byer.
Thank you so much for your work and the clear plan for where we go from here. My two questions are, I guess you've decided that this is not to be a year-round school because our other schools of choice that are, our other application schools that are year-round have no attendance zone, or so is that a fair assumption for this?
Well, actually, so Ms. Botwell, actually you had two questions. I'm sorry, go ahead. You had a second question?
And the second was, this is, this, do you have any sense or projection on the diversity of this school boundary? I know that we had concerns in the past about the stark differences between the makeup of Parkwood and Creekside. And so we were hoping to have three schools that were really representative of the community at the end of this process.
Yep. So a couple points there. Let me go to the last question first. We've just received PMR2, which allows us to geolocate all of our students that live in this region that are currently enrolled. So we'll have a better sense as we come to you on December 9th with a clear look at what that means for the demographic implications for each school. Secondly, with your first question, we were intentional in making no assumptions about this school as it opens. Historically, as we've talked about this site, it was with the intentionality of alleviating overcrowding at the adjacent schools to the east and the west. So by making it a application-based school, that would perhaps add complexity to it and also maybe not help achieve the core objective of relieving overcrowding through boundary adjustments. So it was our consideration that the core objective here is to support Creekside and Parkwood.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that clarity. We are blessed to have elementary school F coming behind as another option for that as well. So those are rare opportunities to look at adding year round in that way in the future, but thank you for that clarity.
Any other questions from board members? I have one. For thinking of, I'm excited to see the seats for students who are pre-K students who are exceptional children. Where in the planning process does also the pre-K team and the EC team support and making sure that the school is kind of outfitted for the right number of seats? And then whatever that pathway looks like moving forward for those families.
That's a great question. So one of the things that we have, speaking of collaboration, we have a collaborative team that is specifically looking at EC and pre-K classroom program placements, both for placements in the current portfolio as well as when we're growing. So when those departments indicate they may need additional classrooms, we're looking principally at those learning environment guidelines and standards and trying to understand suitability. And that relates back to, what is the size of the classroom? Does the classroom have the appropriate facilities to support children that may have exceptionalities? Does it have access to an outdoor, is it able to go to an outdoor courtyard if you're a pre-K classroom? So there's a variety of considerations. We've built, one of the benefits of COVID is we built a comprehensive database of every single classroom in the district, over 2,000 classrooms, and we modeled and collected data on all of those attributes. So now we can simply pull down suitable classrooms for those types of uses directly based on the need. I think I'm going further than your question, but I want to assure you that the pre-K and EC teams are absolutely at the table, not only for the strategic plan and the work with Growing Together, but also in consideration here. Yeah.
Thank you. There are no other questions or comments from board members. Thank you, Mr. Palmer and your team. We're excited about Lions Farm. Dr. Monk.
Okay, thank you. Next up is sustainability and energy efficiency update, and Mr. Davis and company will be presenting that.
Good evening, board. Frederick Davis with Construction, Capital Planning and Sustainability. We come to you today with the Energy Sustainable Update. If you remember, the board made it known priority in terms of energy and sustainability. And so last June of last year, we hired Dan Snitzer, who is our Capital and Sustainability Project Manager. Along with that, we hired Mr. Aaron Holt with SiteLogic to help us with our energy manager program. And so we come here today to provide you some updates of the work that this team has been doing over the course of the last several months. I will turn it over to Mr. Schnitzer now to begin the presentation, and we'll be back for questions at that time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Davis, and good evening, everybody. I'm Dan Schnitzer, Project Manager for Sustainability in the Construction and Capital Planning Department. And next slide, please. We're going to run through an update of where we are and how we operate and what our plan is forward. We've been operating under this theory of action that if we construct, operate, and educate in an environmentally positive manner, then Durham Public Schools' environmental impact will match our academic impact, which we call net positive. So there's a lot of talk in the energy field about being net zero and net zero buildings. We think it's very important that we're net positive. We never want our students to just do enough to get by, to be net zero. We want them to be net positive, for them to impact the community positively and for the community to impact them positively. And we believe we can model that through our facilities and through our operations. Next slide, please. To do so, we're following a generally approved hierarchy in the energy world of energy management. And it starts by focusing on use and then on generation. In short, the easiest place to cut and also the most expensive is energy reduction. That can be manifested in turning things off when they're not supposed to be on, unplugging things that aren't supposed to be plugged in. From there, we move on to energy efficiency. So all the energy we do use, let's use as efficient and as little as possible. And that's both efficient equipment, that's through scheduling, and that's through connected and smart systems. From there, you move on to generation. So we know we need to use energy. We've reduced it as much as we can to maintain healthy and safe facilities. We should look at renewable energy as the healthiest way of doing that. And I think that the resolution that this board passed recently follows this model very clearly. After we've exhausted renewable options, we look at low carbon options and then conventional options. That's in an ideal world, and knowing that generally our system starts on the bottom, we have a lot of work to do to restructure it, but I think we're headed in the right direction, and tonight we'll point out how we're getting there. Next, please. In order to do this, it's incredibly important that we operationalize this, and it's not just dependent on one person, one department. And so to do that, we have updated our learning environment guidelines, or our LEGS document, which are design standards that we give to our architects and engineers and pretty much anyone else who will take them to understand what our philosophies and theories are and the implementation of that. So it's in the board packet, and it's about 268 pages. So there's a lot of technical data in there that goes directly to the engineers, but what's really important that we want to highlight tonight is the first 10 pages are our principles. It starts with guiding principles of what is and who is Durham Public Schools. From there, it goes into the learning principles, which really talk about how we want to educate and what we want to educate on through the next generation. And then the third piece of that are sustainability principles and tying in why it's important and how it should be thought through. What I really want to highlight about these is it was a collaborative effort between the departments listed below and others. And all these were written by different people and edited by different people. And the word cloud in front of you shows what language was used the most from all these different people. Learning is the #1 word that came out. Students, spaces, design, nature, security. It's really important to see that the staff that's put together and that's working on this across the district are so incredibly aligned with the important messages of what Durham Public Schools is and who we are and what we do. And these guidelines and how we build and operate our buildings are going to help us support the learning objectives of the district. Next, please. You can click through if you don't mind. Thank you. A brief overview of what is within the learning environment guidelines. We set goals for energy use intensity. My colleague Erin Hope will talk about that momentarily. It's effectively how much energy per square foot is used in a building. And we set very aggressive goals for new construction and renovation. We aim again to be net positive. And the little dump truck there is about construction materials. We've set goals for recycling of construction materials. And I bring that up because it's important to understand this isn't just about design. This isn't just about how it's operated later. The process is incredibly important. And again, we want to model best behavior on that. In the middle, you see a focus on the building envelope. It's not the most exciting and people don't talk about it much, but roof, walls, insulation, windows are so incredibly important to the operations and health of that facility and of that building. For moisture, for heat, for cooling, and because it's one of the most expensive parts and most difficult parts to change later on. So we have a heavy focus on the building envelope. The guidelines talk about nature, what currently is on site of any given site, and what we look to plant and how we look to incorporate nature and the outdoors within the school. We ask that all of our facilities be solar ready. So if they can house solar at the time of construction, that's something we look at directly. But if not, we want to make sure our roofs are oriented properly where they can be, that conduit is run. So if a time comes when it can be funded, we're ready to go. And the last piece is life cycle cost analysis. So especially when we're looking at lighting and HVAC equipment, as well as plumbing equipment, we want to do a full analysis. There might be higher upfront costs, but operations will be lower over time and they'll be better, more durable and efficient use. Next, please. So I'm going to hand it over to Aaron Hope, my colleague who's with SiteLogic, to talk more specifically about energy conservation, where we are in the work that he's been doing.
Hi. Hello, everybody. My name is Aaron Hope with SiteLogic, District Energy Manager. It's a pleasure to be here before y'all tonight to talk about the Energy Conservation Program. Next slide, please. So why are we here talking about energy? Well, the Department of Energy, the U.S. Department of Energy, that is, estimates that in the majority of school districts, energy expenditures account for, I think, the second largest expenditure, but behind salaries in general. And so throughout this presentation, we'll reference fiscal year 2019 as that was the year where we had, the last year where we had full occupancy prior to going into virtual learning. Next slide. So when we talk about energy usage in every building, we want to kind of be able to speak a language where we can put every building on an equal playing field, which is why we use the term energy use intensity, which is kind of like referring to gas mileage in vehicles. You have vehicles that, you know, have a V8 engine, you have a Prius that, you know, sips very little gas, right? So this gives us an opportunity to discuss it in terms of energy use intensity. That way we can compare our smaller schools with our very large campuses. In this situation, the closer you are to zero, the better. The further away from zero you are, the more intense or the more energy your school uses. And so where is Durham Public Schools compared regionally, nationally? We are generally looking at it in terms of like where Energy Star, EPA, Department of Energy would like most schools to be, which is at about 36. So we have, you know, a school, maybe a couple of schools that are kind of at that target, but the majority are using more energy than what's desired. So that allowed us really to kind of set a benchmark and to say, let's set a goal. And that goal is 40% energy reduction by the year 2030. So it gives us a place to go. Next slide, please. Just to kind of discuss the work in progress that we've gotten started with, I started in July and we've been busy. We've inspected about 48 buildings. That work is ongoing and counting. We've been engaging with the community, the principals, the custodians, lead custodians, technicians, HVAC technicians, electricians, plumbers, teachers, support staff, and we've just found a ton of opportunities to find energy savings here. I want to kind of go through a few of those. Next slide. This here is a slide that just really illustrates personal appliances brought onto school campuses by staff, teachers. It's kind of a collage, a photo collage. A lot of mini fridges, microwaves, Keurigs are very popular, yes. And they're all over. They are all over, my goodness. Next slide. And, you know, the question is, okay, they're on campus. What are we doing with them? How are they being utilized? And so we've kind of estimated that there were probably, you know, 450 almost mini fridges. That accounts for $14,500 worth of energy costs and appliances brought on campus. You know, that's not including like microwaves and Keurigs. I haven't been able to quantify the Keurigs, but there are a lot of them, trust me. And then these photos are taken over the summer. So, you know, what's happening with these appliances over the summer while there's no one there, essentially. You know, some things are being left in them, they're being left on, they're empty in some cases and running. So we look at this as opportunity to find energy savings, and this is it's not specific to any one school. It's pretty much district-wide. We can go next slide. Another thing kind of that we see, that we've seen in our inspections are weatherization issues. Dan alluded to building envelope, and one of the things that you want to do when you're running, HVAC, when you're running air conditioning and heating, is you want to keep that in the building with the people. And if you have opportunities for air to escape through, weather stripping issues with the door or misalignment, that also allows humidity to come in and to seep in. And so we see humidity issues in some of the school buildings that also, kind of speaks to some air quality issues potentially. And then other things kind of are able to come on in there too. I'm sure you can use your imagination. Next slide. Another thing we saw across the district, and most of these were taken over the summer, were comfort issues that could be addressed. This was an 86-degree day outside, and this poor lady was bundled up with a sweater, and she had a little heater beside her, and the window open, and it was still 65 degrees in her office. And when I thought about, what could we do about this? When you're overrunning the air conditioning, that air conditioner is running constantly and without a break. And so that consumes a lot of energy. So thinking about how can we approach our temperature settings and our control systems in a way that provides comfort the way it should be, so that folks are comfortable. They're not bringing hoodies and sweaters and sweatpants in the summer and shorts in the winter. Next slide, please. And then there are challenges with making those adjustments. And like, okay, I want you to be comfortable. We can save energy, but we bump up against constant issues with HVAC controls that are not robust or are outdated. And so, there are several schools still on dial-up internet in terms of their control systems, believe it or not. I'm not going to do the noise, but you can imagine trying to get a hold of some of the systems. In some situations, some of them are just offline or they need to be rebooted, and the software that they're running may or may not be supported anymore by the original manufacturer. So we've got a lot of room to have some improvement. The more robust our control systems are, the more comfortable we can make the buildings for the teachers and students and staff, and the less energy will be expended because things are just kind of running and running and running. You have a question?
I do, yeah. Can you, I'm putting you on the spot, so
Sure.
I'll try to keep it general. Can you give us an overall grade on this issue? Because HVAC control was a big piece for the last administration, that we put a lot of bond money into that work. So are we, and I assume you work in multiple places, are we at an F? Are we at a B? Hearing there are issues, I mean, we got tons of buildings. There's going to be issues.
Yeah.
But where are we, given that we've invested a lot over the last 8 years?
Sure. He can speak to it because he has history with it.
So currently of the 54 buildings, we better have about 20 left that have not had total control renovations, but we plan on utilizing the ERSA funds to make up that gap. So if you say out of the 54 schools that 20 are left, you do the math, that would be the grade if to answer your question.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I'll say the goal would be to have unified control systems. Another issue is that they're disparate systems. There are different types of systems in different schools. And a good goal to it would be to have 100% universal controls that make the schools accessible, allow us to run programs, schedules. Again, what Dan said, turn the buildings off when no one's there, and provide comfort settings and provide good air quality as well. So this isn't unusual for school districts that we work in, but I hesitate to grade it, but I think we all know that there's definitely room for improvement. Next slide, please. We took a few rides through town, and at night on a Saturday at 9:30 with an empty parking lot in several schools. So this isn't specific to one school building, but just indicative of what we kind of see throughout the district is lights just left on, and with no one there, the lights on. I think back to my own father and how he would just be a maniac about lights off in the house. We're not in a room, and this is we see this on and on again. And so this speaks to some of the automation issues, again, with the building control systems. Some systems are able to really allow us to schedule in lights cutting themselves off. We would like to see more of that proliferated. And then also just behaviorally for, anybody, kind of to adopt the thought of like my dad, like, when you leave a room, turn the light off. Next slide. Another area where we found opportunity was, what happens when something is left on and running. We comb through the energy bills. The bills get paid, someone writes the check, it goes out the door. We don't really know what we're looking at, when that check is written, right? But we go back with this team and we look through it and we kind of identify some anomalies. This is an example of EKPO where the boiler was running in the basement 24/7 over the summer, and the gas bill was twice as much as it usually was. So looking at year over year, fiscal year 2021 versus 2019, we saw an addition of close to $20,000 in more gas just from that one school. It's using twice as much as the next school, the next high school, which was a high school. So yeah, more room for improvement, and these are opportunities, and getting eyes on the bills and being able to understand what's going on in each of these buildings will help us mitigate some of these problems in the future. Next slide. And not to worry, we have a plan to address this. We're gonna really try to take a little bit of time here to go over it. I saw some of y'all reviewing it as well, so I encourage you to take a look at it when you have an opportunity. I'll just do a quick overview on the next slide. And you can click in the items. Our plan kind of starts with setting the goal. The 40% reduction is a good goal, and kind of taking a look at those bills to kind of see like, okay, where are we? It's that benchmark of like, this is where we are compared to the region. Similar schools in the state, similar schools in our region. And then doing a deep dive, finding that boiler at EKPO, that was just through a deep dive with some partners to kind of say, hey, these are the anomalies that we're seeing. And so to address some of the lights going off and, making sure that those personal appliances are being unplugged, we're gonna be setting up checklists for people entering our buildings. Teachers will have checklists, custodians, we're gonna be distributing that information and providing training and teaching, and providing the education to say, this is important. Our students, know that this stuff is important. They're asking about it. So, and through that, we're going to utilize those collaborations and communications with our staff throughout our district to really help this program really be successful. And we're going to measure our results with the dashboard. I think our dashboard is on the next slide. Yep, just an opportunity for us to really take a look at our bills, visualize it, understand what's going on, and be able to measure. Are we inching towards our goal as we go? So this gives us a good place to check and make sure we're making progress. Next slide. How are we going to make this happen? We're going to do it together. We're going to involve and talk with everybody in the district. This is an all hands on deck approach. You guys saw that, we together have to understand how we engage our learning environments, and the students want to engage in the environment. And so bringing that forward allows us the opportunity to train and to teach, and then to get the input from those who are operating the buildings on the best ways to implement this program. We're going to do it together. Next slide. One example of that kind of partnership between this office and the schools was allowing a few of our schools to participate in an early pilot of this. And one of the results was that Eno Valley, who was one of our first partners in the pilot, agreed to allow us to set a schedule for them to shut the school back during the weekends and nights. And we were able to capture a decent amount of savings over Labor Day, where we effectively extended the weekend. And you can kind of see, I think it's like August 27th or something, when the program got started at Eno Valley, you start seeing these dips, every weekend. And then that long weekend is circled right there. And so through that month of September, we saw a drop a significant drop in $3,050 in savings, which represents about 28%. And this was really, just to be honest with you, it was a couple of clicks in the control system with our controls technician that made this happen in the partnership with the school, the assistant principal and the principal agreeing and saying, hey, our students have been asking for this. They already had the checklist in place, so they were also able to engage with this process early on. And this was just a preview of the results that we can see. Next slide. Another point of reference is not just doing controls but student engagement. At Southern School of Energy and Sustainability, we've been engaging with the Sustainable Spartans, which is a student group. And they're all about sustainability. They're all about this stuff. We've been able to pass along that school's energy usage history going back 10 years for them to play around with in their school. They're going to implement it in their curriculum. So they're going to take a look at what are ways that we can dip this down. And we're hoping that we can get them their own personal dashboard, their own school dashboard, so that they can keep track of that, maybe even display it on the premises. And in addition, they have the Sustainable Spartans. I mean, they're trying to promote their own student initiatives, to promote a recycling program. They're now taking in donations for solar panels and are coming up with some cool ideas like solar charging stations. And, they want to engage with this stuff more and more. So we're also providing them connections to the community partners that are surrounding this district and are working in this district. So they're making those connections and they're utilizing the data in their courses. And after school, they're going to be tinkering around with solar power. Next slide. So the next steps for this program, and again, we just kicked off in July, seeing some incredible results, but we're not going to stop there. We want to really roll this out district wide. We want to see what we can do. So we're going to be trying to implement new temperature set points, basically standardize the temperatures throughout the district. We're going to do that with respect to the capabilities of each building. And we're going to continue to train and provide this kind of information to the different departments and to principals and building managers so that they can really understand and be able to engage with their buildings in this way so that they can conserve energy. And we're going to put together, we're hoping to put together an advisory council. And that will be made up of just different stakeholders throughout the district. We hope to include a lot of different voices and basically to get input on what is the best way, the most effective way to implement a program like this and to get feedback from them. And I would say right now, our biggest priority would be the opportunity before us to save a ton of energy over the winter break. So that training that we're going to try to roll out, it's pretty much in line with making sure that we have what we need to set our buildings back while no one's there, shut off all the lights, unplug all of the mini fridges and Keurigs, and then we'll come back and later on in the winter, and we'll be able to measure how well did we do, and how does that match up against where Department of Energy Star says we should be. So that's essentially our big push next. So we need, I'm just gonna do a little self-promotion. We need all hands on deck. We need everyone in the district. We need students to help us with this process and to really mind our buildings and engage and be connected to the spaces where they're learning and really treat our spaces well. And yeah, I think that's the gist of what I'm asking for. This is just a quick sample of a checklist that we hope to distribute. And I think everybody can get on board with this. So yeah, I think that's it for me. We have a next slide. Yes.
Thank you, Aaron. Just real briefly want to wrap up. We've talked about the macro, we've talked about the micro, and then in the in-between, these concepts and philosophies are being implemented right now in our 6 elementary schools that are being built, or being renovated, excuse me. And next slide. And specifically what you'll hear about in the next presentation, Elementary F, is being designed with this LEGS document as the foundational document for the building from the ground up. And so you can see some of the highlights that'll be included there, and you'll hear more about it momentarily. So thank you all for your time, and we'll take some questions.
Board members, questions? Thank y'all for the presentation. Ms. Valladares.
This is very exciting. Very exciting, very good work. I think one of the things is, we can't address issues unless we know where we're at. And so this definitely gives us an idea of, what we're looking at, some of our patterns. And as we are also, looking at solar panels for schools and looking at some of the other things, but we have to change our habits. So you have to work habits. I loved how you all built in education into it. And highlighted some of the ways that we can definitely do energy reduction. So I know that we don't have a one single prong approach. There has to be, again, like the habits, setting up, having the right setups. And my question about this is in terms of lighting and in terms of these lighting projects that were started years ago. And we know that some schools have like sensors so that as we work towards habits, which we should be in the habit of turning lights off, some schools, have sensors and, it's motion detected sensors. And how are those schools performing? Do you think that it really does help in terms of finishing that approach? That could probably give us some reduction as well. Any insight you can give us on projects that were started?
Sure. Yeah, during our inspections, we definitely found differences in the schools. And we actually found some schools with a hybrid of like some sensors in some wings, but the old technology in the other. It helps in two ways. One, the LED bulbs and fixtures use significantly less energy while they're on than the old fluorescent tubes, significantly less. So while they're on and running, that's less energy use. And then with the proximity technology, it enables those spaces to effectively shut themselves off when they don't detect anyone there. And so, and then they're timed, so they can give a little bit of time while someone's there before they shut themselves off. So that's kind of like a two-pronged approach. So, but yeah, as you said, it's not universal. So we would love to see more of that technology employed throughout the school district. In addition, some of the school lighting is on a control system as well. And so, thinking through the best way to implement that control technology will enable us to have more of like a backup as well, to kind of say like during this schedule, the lights can be on. And then afterwards, when there's no one supposed to be in the building, it automatically will shut everything off and make sure that they stay off. In addition to that, some of those sensors also have the ability for manual switches. And my recommendation is that if you have a switch, when you leave the room, turn that switch off.
Thank you so much. And I have just two more things. So, one of the things is that we recently passed a resolution for solar energy and sustainability. So it's not just solar, it's not just solar, it's everything. It's in terms of like environmental goals that we have, especially matching the city and the county, right? So that 40% reduction is going to help us a long way. We're probably not 2030 based on where we're at. I don't know that we're going to get to 80% and 2050, 100%. We may not, but it's good to know that we have like SMART goals in terms of like that 40% reduction, which is going to help us in the long way. Now, in terms of solar, we heard from folks that were saying that 65 million would be to solarize all schools. And I also understand that efficiency of doing that project means that we have to take into account what schools will actually work with that. And so for those schools that won't get solar, I'm just saying for now, because based on shade, based on all those patterns, this is very important work that's going to help, as those schools, the schools that do have solar panels and we're working towards renewable energy, but the schools that won't get it for a while, that won't have that, building these habits and having those monitors are going to be super, super impactful. So Duke Energy is they pleaded guilty to criminal violations of the Federal Clean Water Act. They're going to have to pay $100 million. And it is estimated that over the next years, everybody who's using power is going to have to help pay for, for that and more, right? So energy can only go up, like energy costs are only, hearing that figure of 6.5 million for 1 year. And putting that to scale to 65 million for all, let's say like all schools could qualify for solar, right? 65 million, that's just for 1 year. And a lot of these solar panels are for 25 years. So that's just something in terms of conceptually, like a tenfold for, you know, we'll definitely get a lot of savings if we go in that route. So I'm excited about that thing. In order to continue to build habits, I wonder if you all would consider having energy conservation champions, students, staff, you know, the schools, like you mentioned EKPO and you listed how, you know, the boiler and the cost. And I want to shout out EKPO because I've noticed that they are doing things like walk to school in October. I'm also looking at a month of October, which is like the National Walk to School Day. So it's already like almost like a pattern in terms of like being able to leverage what schools are already doing in one regard that maybe they can need help in other regards. So EKPO definitely had participated in Walk to School. They're trying to do some things. So if they can get some help, you know, with being shouted out as energy, you know, champions, the way we have equity champions, and we can have that. I wonder if the department would consider that, especially even with this preliminary data. If somebody started off with like really data that needs improvement and they show reduction, would you consider like shouting them out, you know? So just putting that on you all.
Yes, these are great comments. We're working on updating our website and providing that engagement throughout the whole district so we can provide those champions. So thank you for that input.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your work.
Any other questions or comments from board members? Mr. Raven.
I just had a few questions about like you all's dashboard, and I'm wondering where are you all getting that information from? I'm not sure if you all are using bills or if you all have like IoT devices.
Yes, currently we are using bills that have been printed and distributed or sent out. With the utility, we have several utility companies that we interface with, and unfortunately, the utility companies are not yet at a place where they are enabling us to, kind of get more of the real-time data that would be more helpful and sufficient. We're kind of having to wait until those bills are distributed.
And the second question is, right now, with the amount of ESSER funds that we still have available to us, and this is just a broad question, but I'm wondering if there is a way, like you all kind of set the target for the 40% reduction in energy, and it would be nice to see how many millions of dollars that is. Because, and I'm just throwing out a round number just so we could kind of talk through it. So if it's already $10 million and we're saying that a 40% reduction reduces our cost by $4 million. So if you all are suggesting that some of the stuff that we need to invest into the infrastructure now, even if it costs $8 million to do it, but if it ends up saving us $4 million a year, you know, that $4 million that we're saving is going to be funds that's here long after the ESSER funds are spent. So, you know, if there's any way that you all can provide us information like that, I'm sure that would be extremely helpful.
Yes, a part of the ESSER funds are a three-pronged approach, but we looked at strategically the low-hanging fruit in terms of energy usage. So what we will do as we start our ESSER projects, the first of the year, we'll kind of highlight what schools got what type of HVAC or controls. And we can come back and look at those bills to see how they're performing with those new improvements. So thank you so much for that.
That was all my questions. Thank you.
Ms. Byer.
I just want to thank you all for this. This is light years ahead of where we've been, and it is exactly where we need to be going. At our joint meeting with the county, I heard significant interest from this board and from the commissioners on pricing out solar-ready roofs. So I wonder what it would take for us to do that and bring that for the new Elementary F, for Lions Farm, and for New Northern. And then I wondered if you also could speak to any of our fleet issues. Do we have plans for that in the future? Or is the infrastructure bill have electric school bus money that we're looking towards in the future as well?
First part of your question, we are informing our design teams to start looking at the costs associated with being solar ready. So we should have a majority of those projects that you mentioned are either in construction or in a stage of design that we don't have those numbers, but we will work with our design team to provide you that information so we can make the appropriate decisions. In terms of fleet, we are looking as technology evolves on how we can reduce our carbon footprint as a district as it comes to our automobiles and fleet as well.
Any other questions or comments from board members? Thank you all again for the presentation. I think it's been amazing to see how far we've come, even in a short period of time, and what are the opportunities moving forward. And also I'm just really appreciative of the work that you're doing with our students. This is only not an opportunity for them to get interested in their passion, but also to like think about potential future career options. And to think about our students of color being engaged in that is really exciting to me. So thank you all. Thanks. Pass it back over to you, Dr. Monk.
Thank you. Next up is Elementary F Design Development Presentation, and Mr. Frederick, as well as representatives from Evo Architecture, will be joining us.
All right, good evening again. Believe it or not, we saved the best for last, even though it's not the last, but today we bring to you a culmination of design development that has been led by two or multiple community engagements with some of you board members have been attended, as well as cross-departmentalized input in terms of our curriculum instruction, as well as sustainability and operations. So what you will see today from our designer of record, Evoke, is a culmination of where we are today. Board policy says that at the DD phase, we bring this to you for approval to move forward with construction documents and making the paper pen to paper real. So without that, further ado, I turn it over to the Evoke team to introduce themselves and go through the presentation, and I will be back for any additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Terry Canada, co-founder and principal at Evoke, and this is our team here. We have Edwin Harris, who's the lead designer and co-founder of Evoke, as well as Billy Askey, who is a co-founder and also a design lead at Evoke. We are very excited to be here to present Elementary School F to you today. This process has been amazing. We have worked with Dr. Monk, Frederick Davis, Dan Snitzer, Matthew Palmer in this whole process. And we've also worked with numerous staff and faculty to really get an insight on what is needed here. So next slide. So if you see on the screen right now, the mission statement, and this really truly comes from several different groups, and it comes from the design team, it comes from the construction team, and it comes from the DPS team. And we sat in a room and really hashed this out to really understand what this needed to be, this project needed to be. And so this is what we came up with. We endeavor to imagine design and to construct an environmentally responsible and transformative elementary school that ignites the natural curiosity of children. That's most important to us. And it will serve as a beacon that cultivates the limitless potential of our students. Next slide, please. And so we have on here a quote from Dr. Monk that really inspired us and really is pushing us through our design process. There are limitless ways that we can design a school unlike any other in the district, state, and county. This school is going to launch us forward as we build upon this in future projects and schools. I want a school to be a place that whenever students walk in, it's like a wonderland to them. It needs to stimulate and inspire them. So as we go through this presentation, you'll see that highlighted in the design. Next slide, please. So the existing site has a lot of challenges, but we look at them as opportunities. It's a very hilly site, lots of topography, lots of trees, which you really want to maintain. It's at the intersection of Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and South Roxborough. So really need to look at traffic patterns and how to get folks in and out of the site. Next slide, please. And as we go through the design, you'll see how we have sort of taken on those challenges. So we're looking at 800 students for this traditional school. And the core capacity we're building is at 900. So it really has that capability. core academic classrooms, 41 plus 3 pre-K. The program really is based around what DPS has set out as their standard, but we're looking at how to use the program in different ways to really make this an exciting, fun place for students to learn.
And so if we go to the next slide, this is ultimately the program of the building, but the program can be aggregated in multiple ways. And if you go to the next slide really talks about what happens relative to a traditional model, which is on the left. The left, ideally, you know, historically, a lot of schools have basically been one level and they've spread out as far as they can. As Terry spoke about, we have a 33-acre site that is absolutely gorgeous, but also it has a lot of topography change. And so that's not possible and that's not feasible. But also once you get to a school of this size, that becomes counterproductive in terms of a scale and creating something that's manageable for students. And so what we did was we looked at how could we be as compact as possible, make the school have a size that's manageable for students, but also in doing so, that helps us to be a lot more sustainable with the site. And so if you go to the next slide, we really started to think about this not only just in terms of the floor plan, but also the experience. So the typical model is very segmented and again, very flat. And if you go to the next slide, we can keep continuing. When you start to think about a building that's stacked, you start to think about transparency, wayfinding, porosity. All these things are things that are important for students in the 21st century learning. You keep going to the next slide, please. And then what happens in terms of these central gathering spaces? These are things that are really important, really creating moments for collaboration and innovation and really thinking about that cohesively. If you go to the next slide, please. Our site is more like this, where we have a lot of topography change, and we think that's a real benefit. And so if you start to think about, again, wayfinding, visual transparency, and a courtyard that allows you to really connect to the landscape and see through the entire space, it's a lot more dynamic, it's a lot more engaging, and it's a lot more efficient with the site as well. So all of these things are things that we're thinking about and really inform the design. So if you go to the next slide, please. The floor plan is organized in a way that, again, you know, K through 12 and the common spaces are all on the ground. I mean, not K through 12, I'm sorry. The first grade pre-K are all on the first level. We have shared common space. And the way we organize the shared common space is at every corner of the building, there's a outlook that connects back to the site and the bucolic nature of the site that we have so far. If you go to the next slide for me, please. I think the other thing that's really important for us to speak to is these quotes, all from the design teams that we were working through. And so DPS really challenged us, as Terry spoke about. They really wanted to be aspirational about, you know, what we can do for this site. And again, this is an amazing site. This is an amazing project, and we really care a lot about it. And we wanted to make sure that we do this right, because this is a prime opportunity to do something transformative, and also really thinking about the age of COVID and really how does that start to transition and make us rethink how we design spaces. This is a great opportunity to do that. And so with that said, I was going to have Billy speak to some of the site amenities and then walk us through the floor plan.
Thanks, Edwin. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is a site plan of the new elementary school F. On the left side of the screen, you can see South Roxborough Street, MLK Parkway is up to the top of the screen. And the beautiful site that Terry and Edwin kind of spoke about is heavily wooded, has lots of topography, has a stream on it. And those are all really unique features. And Edwin kind of talked about the distribution of the program and the importance of designing an elementary school, you know, that does have an 800 student capacity, but is also appropriately scaled for the age of the children. And that's what led to this courtyard design. So there's that central sort of gathering space, an idea of allowing the natural outdoor area to come into the middle of the school, reinforcing, you know, sort of the importance of connecting to the ecology and environment with which our kids and students will be learning. And so you can kind of see how we've worked to preserve as much of the site and the existing trees as possible with some meandering drives for buses and vehicles, and then sort of allowing the classrooms to always have a connection to the outdoors and or to the courtyard. Next slide. Sorry, if you go back one, I apologize for that, because I do want to touch on a little bit more of the sustainable features. One slide forward, please. Thank you. So one of the really unique features here that is an opportunity is a green roof. And it's a green roof that the students can look out onto. So it's not necessarily a green roof where you put it on top and no one ever sees it and understands and appreciate it. But on the northern side of the school, there is a green roof that the students can look out to from the second floor. So really unique outdoor learning opportunity that also has a small outdoor learning patio adjacent to it. So a great way to connect there. You know, we're minimizing irrigation use on the site. We talked about sort of the proportion of the school and ensuring lots of natural light, great transparency with the outdoors. You know, we heard earlier presentation on, you know, the importance of the building envelope, you know, trying not to lose energy directly to the outside. So there's a lot of unique aspects of this, as well as, you know, energy efficient mechanical equipment too. Next slide. We can keep going to the next slide here too. So quickly gonna walk you through a little bit more in depth. The first level of the building is actually pushed down, as Edwin was talking about in one of the earlier sections. So on this level, we've got the gymnasium area as well as the dining. And the dining has an outdoor patio to the right side of the screen that overlooks the woods. So great opportunities. Edwin was talking about COVID and the pandemic, and you know, we see with our kids how DPS is really promoting outdoor eating during lunchtime. This is a great opportunity for that. Those large shared spaces also connect directly to this courtyard, and we'll show you a couple images shortly that really speak to the excitement of that area. Next slide. Now, as we move up to the first level, you can start to see the organization of the pre-K through first grade classrooms on this lowest level. You can see sort of in the middle of the screen how the entry area sort of directly connects to the courtyard. So your first view of entering the school is a connection back to the outdoors. Lots of transparency. And then there's a bridge to the right side of your screen, which houses sort of the more shared programmatic elements, the media center, the art and music spaces. And so those are basically, you can think of those as like learning classrooms elevated in the woods. Next slide.
Quick question. So the gym and cafeteria also occupy part of the floor.
Yeah.
Does that open to the hallway, or is that a closed off hallway? Are there
Yeah.
windows looking down?
Great question. So there's I wish I could point at the screen, you know, but there's that hallway that leads on the top side of the courtyard. When you're walking along that to the bridge in the back, you can look down into, there's transparency down into the gym and the dining area below. So those areas are flooded with natural light and will be quite spectacular. Good question. Next slide, thanks. So here on the second floor, you can see the remaining balance of the classroom, second grade through fifth grade. The larger portion of the media center is on that bridge on the right side of the screen. And also just wanted to reiterate the importance of having these learning commons as sort of each corner or end of the building that directly connect to the outdoors as well. Again, kind of expanding those 21st century learning principles. All right, next slide. All right, now we kind of want to transition here. You know, we showed you some diagrams and images, and now we're going to start to introduce the renderings that really convey the energy of School F.
Yep. So if you go to the next slide, I think to Billy's point, this is where things get really exciting for us. How do you create something that's welcoming, that's really indicative of all the aspirations and the mission and the vision of DPS? We really think that, you know, creating something that really, again, has a presence. So as you're coming along South Roxborough and you come in, you actually don't see a lot of this. You get glimpses of this from the street. So again, we're trying to manage the scale and manage, again, the overall size of the building, but still create something that has a strong, striking presence that's really going to be aspirational. So this is the first view that you see as you're coming in off of South Roxborough. If you go to the next slide, please. And this is the entry commons or the entry lobby. And so again, as Billy spoke about, this idea of transparency and really being able to see all the way through the building
is something that's really important from a wayfinding standpoint. Again, creating something that is approachable for all students. The circulation is right, visibly apparent where you know where you can get to fairly quickly without, having to feel like you don't know where you're going, right? And so that's something that we really worked hard in the planning and the program to make sure that we were able to accomplish that. If you go to the next slide, please. This is, again, the Commons connection. So this is a multi-story building, but we want to make sure that this is an inviting multi-story building. So to Billy's point earlier, the question that was brought up about the gymnasium and cafeteria, you can actually see, and to Billy's point, if we could point to the right of the screen, that area actually looks down into the cafeteria. So there's always this visual connection, not just horizontally, but also vertically, because both of those things are important. It's not just a one-dimensional building. The site doesn't allow us to be kind of in a 2D standpoint. We have to think three-dimensionally. So if you go to the next slide, please. This is one of the typical classrooms. This is actually one of the kindergarten classrooms. And so the idea of creating vibrant spaces with plenty of natural light, but also plenty of access and flexibility. So what we've been looking at is creating 21st century classrooms, which really don't have a main head wall. It has multiple flexibility to allow the spaces to be used however they need to be used. And so that was one of the guiding principles for us as we went with the design of the project. And if you go to the next slide, please. The section, this is something that, again, this is, if you imagine cutting directly through the building, this really illustrates what's happening relative to the site. One of the reasons why we also wanted to make sure that we kept the site the way it was it helps us save some costs in terms of moving around a lot of dirt and rock. There's a lot of rock on the site. And so being really strategic about where we build and how we build is something that's really important, but also from an experiential standpoint, it really allows the students to become engaged with the landscape and not think about a building that is really irresponsible in terms of just clear cutting a site. We're really working with what we are given and we're making the best out of it. So if you go to the next slide, please, and then we can keep going. This is a courtyard view. So the idea of the school in general, in terms of the planning, is you always know where you are. And so the courtyard is really being the center piece. This is a view from that kind of walkway from the cafeteria and the gymnasium looking into the courtyard. We have a ramp that gets you down into the play area. The play area is actually covered by the bridge, which the bridge is the media center, that houses the media center, but the play area is something that can be used even in inclement weather. You have a sheltered and protected place that could be used. You go to the next slide, please. And this is actually on that bridge in the media center. Again, always having that visual access throughout the entire building, but also to the outdoors. That's something, again, that was inherent to the design process and something was prioritized as something that we move forward with. You go to the next slide, please. And then finally, this is looking back from the stream. As you're looking back, you can see the bridge and you can see what's happening in terms of the play area underneath the bridge. And so this connection to the outdoors is something that was integral to the entire design, and it's something we're really excited about. We think this is a great opportunity for DPS and for any students that come to it. And so with that said, we know we went fairly quickly through the presentation. We wanted to be respectful of your time, but if you have any questions or want us to go back through any of this stuff, we can do that now.
Thank you all for this presentation. I am excited about this school and the opportunities. And I feel like you all really took a vision and made something completely different than what we see in our current elementary schools and what we've seen around. So I'm very excited about this new school. I'm gonna go with Mr. Sears and then Mr. Raven.
Yeah, thank you for this. Beautiful, amazing. I mean, the compliments can flow, but also, I mean, there's also risk in putting this out, right? So now we're communicating to the community about what this could look like. And so I think I need an update on, what, and this may be more from Mr. Davis, where are we here? Are we committing to this? Are you seeking feedback on this? Are there elements here that are, gonna say this, Santa Claus listy? Or is this, we can do it and we're gonna do it?
So to capture your comments and hopefully answer your question, the visual aspect may look expensive, but we've been working diligently with our CM firm, LaChase, as well as the updates that we provided to what we think the cost of this project would be based on the square footage and the program. And we believe that we're within budget based on adequate spacing and adequate building materials. And so while we're enamored with the pretty pictures, this is a concise, very compact and efficient building type. And so we are being mindful of the dollars that will be spent for this school.
I'm sorry, but do we have them funding committed yet, or is it funding that is to come in 2022 bond?
So this was approved by the board in, I believe it was August when we brought to the board the funding needed for elementary school F. So the 6 projects that we talked about before, DSA, all of that has been approved by this board, submitted to the county to fund us. They have only funded us through design for all of these projects. And so, however, recall that the county always says to us, we need to be shovel ready for whenever they make funding available. And so in order to be there, we need to make a decision whether we're going to continue on with the design or if we're going to pause here until funding is made available.
Yeah, I knew the answer to that. I just wanted you to say it again, Dr. Monk. This is one of those projects that you talked about the other day that we're going to get to the point where we're going to have to pause. So if the county actually could start that money flowing in a different way, we would welcome that and continue this project and accelerate it actually, right?
Correct.
Mr. Raven.
So I loved everything I saw. So I'm an easy yes on that one. I had 3 questions though that aren't with the aesthetics or anything else like that. It's really trying to think about what I didn't see, and I don't want to make the assumption that it's there. And these are kind of like more or less dealing with compliance and safety. So my first question was, since this is a multi-level school, I'm assuming that there are like elevators on each side, so we could go from level 2 all the way down to level 0. So that's a given, so thank you. The other one was wondering the way the courtyard is set up, and I like how you all did it with the steps, so it is wheelchair accessible. But I'm also wondering, do you all think that courtyard has the capacity, like let's say there's a fire drill, to be able to support all of the 800 or so kids? Is there enough space in that courtyard for that?
So if there's a fire drill based on code, we have to get as far away from the building as possible. And so what we do invite for that space is to have some multi-assemblies when it's not a fire to capture the outdoor classroom approach. But in the event of a fire, we would have to evacuate at least, I think it's 75 feet from the building.
So it would probably be the parking lot areas that kids would start walking
that is
towards. Okay,
correct, yeah.
gotcha. And the third question was, when I looked at everything, it was all glass. And I know we don't have tornadoes like we used to, but back in the 80s, like in Durham, we always had the tornado drills. There was always one around here. I don't know why it stopped. Maybe it's climate change. I don't know. But
Still have
but is there enough with all the halls and everything being glass, we have more than enough space to still be able to be ready for tornado drills where the kids can, okay. I just want to double check on that as well. Thank you all.
Other comments from board members? Mr. Sears.
I don't see my favorite topic, the security vestibule.
It's there.
My least favorite topic. It is there. All right, thank you.
I just want to show appreciation. I got really excited about this when I saw the renderings. This is like Dr. Monk's quote. This is like nothing I've seen. in an elementary school in the county, state, country. And so to have this, and I could just see it perched up there on that street there. Someone mentioned that you won't necessarily be able to see it well from the street. Is that because the keeping the trees? Is that
So,
what we're
There's
trying to
there's
do?
a couple things. We will be able to see it, but it'll be glimpses. So it won't just be on full display.
Right.
The trees, we are keeping as many trees as we can keep,
Right.
but also the way the grade works as you're going from MLK up to, up South Roxborough.
Right.
You're seeing it in glimpses. And so we wanted to be good neighbors as well. So we didn't want it to completely dominate the streetscape, but we wanted to have a presence.
Okay.
And so I think we've found the right balance to strike in terms of making sure that you know where it is. There is a wayfinding, you know where it is, but you also are not completely commanding the entire streetscape.
Thank you. That's great. Now, the way it's positioned on South Roxborough, it's kind of, man, it looks like it's about, the bus entrance is about maybe 200, 300 feet from MLK. So that means there's some wooded area between where the curved drive is and Martin Luther King. Is there any way to do like exploring paths or, you know what I mean, like trails or anything like that, that kind of walk in that extra area back there? Is there any way we can do something like that?
Yeah, that's a great question. I didn't get into that when we were looking at the site plan, but you can see on the site plan slide that there is a small trail that wanders around. And so you can imagine sort of how the site becomes sort of a larger recreational opportunity, a smaller loop and potentially even a larger one. As you do get closer to MLK, that is more of a wetland type of area. So we don't want to, intrude upon that with the creek that's down at the northern end of the site. But we are trying to make sure that there are opportunities to walk the site, as hilly as it is in certain spots, that you can still enjoy it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That answered my question.
So the other thing, I think we mentioned it kind of earlier, is along the east side of the site, there is a stream, which is a great opportunity to understand how water works, for the students. And when it rains hard, if you walk back in the site, you can see how the stream, the water levels rise. So it's a great opportunity, educational opportunity, get out of the seats in the classroom and take some of those opportunities outdoors.
Ms. Valladares?
Thank you so much. I also just want to let you know, I didn't miss the urban, the rooftop garden. And I think that is definitely, I just talked about some students who reached out about having a garden, and, we think about creative ways to make sure that we do provide those opportunities, learning opportunities, but also it goes in line with our goals, right? And so thank you so much for including that.
So board, I believe this is for action tonight. Again, I just share gratitude and appreciation for the presentation, for the quotes from our team that's woven in here, and the vision and mission that came to put this site into fruition, this plan into fruition. So,
Madam Chair, I would move approval of the design development package and authorize staff to move forward to the construction document phase for design of elementary school F.
I heard the motion. I don't know if I heard a second.
I second.
It's moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Valladares. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. Thank you all. Is this back over to you, Dr. Monk, or is this Mr. Sutter?
That's going to be Mr. Sutter.
All right.
Board members, this is the cherry on top for elementary school F, bringing back to you the decision point on the name of the school. If you'll recall, last time I came before you, I brought the initial results of our community engagement, and you sent us back to seek further input on 3 possible names for the school. Third Fork Elementary School after the geography, Pauli Murray Elementary School after the social justice legend, and Betty Doretha Massenberg Elementary School after the first female African-American principal in Durham City Schools. We received limited community feedback on that follow-up request. We've received 40 long-form comments at engage.dpsnc.net. 21 of the respondents supported Betty Doretha Massenberg Elementary School. 10 supported Pauli Murray Elementary School, and then there was just a smorgasbord of further comments. One person strongly endorsing that the schools not be named after individuals, and a few extra creative options out there. At any rate, you presented us the request for the feedback. The feedback was interesting. It reflected some of the comments that were in the public comments today. And we bring the decision point back to you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Sudderth. We had a brief discussion about this at our last board meeting. And I'm gonna kick us off on this discussion. After looking at the renderings and hearing about the school, I almost feel like we need to kind of rethink what we were thinking for our name. I think all the suggestions are really are good, but I feel like there could be something that would connect it more to the design and to the place and to the green spaces and all those other options there. But I'm open board for conversation. But after that last presentation, I wondered, there might be, we might can think about something different that connects to what feels like a theme that's coming through with the design of the school.
It is late. Is this time sensitive? Is there some reason this has to have action tonight?
I'll defer to Dr. Monk on that. Are there any, we are not close to opening the school.
We can, no, we're good. Take your time.
I mean, does anyone mind if we table this for another time? I mean, and just sit with it a bit? It is.
Yeah, I don't mind tabling it. It's, I would love to get some thoughts about that idea. I too got the same feeling, right? There was so much, there was such an emphasis on, like being outside, the glass, the seeing outside, the nature, the feeling, the environment, courtyard, that sort of thing. I agree with you, Madam Chair. But I would love to hear thoughts about what kind of thing, what that could be, right? Third Fork Elementary talks about the area, but I don't think it necessarily captures what the spirit of what you just mentioned about, the outsides, the freshness of it, the combining nature and education. But I would love to hear some thoughts. I don't mind tabling it, but if we can dedicate 7 minutes to this discussion before we put it down, I would love to hear other members' thoughts of what some kind of name, something like that would be. If it's a different language, meaning nature or outdoors, or a word in a different language, or something like that.
Mr. Sears?
Yes, I would need the the professionals to verify this, but I think it does sit kind of on a bluff. And then I think it sits atop, and then the creeks go down. I also know that just a little bit further south, Duke often sends people to go some of the rocks are actually exposed and they go over there and peck around at them for geological reasons. So those are a couple things that come to mind that tie in the natural element of the site for me.
Like bluff, does.
Yeah.
Is there any type of rock? Is this a specific type
I
of
think it
rock?
is a special rock. I think if we looked into that more, we may learn something.
Right.
This part of the Piedmont does have some special features. I don't know what they are, but
We also don't need to belabor a conversation if people aren't ready to have. Would you?
That's fine.
Yeah, I also do want to say, I think there's a member of Ms. Massenberg's family outside, so I want to appreciate her for coming and being here. And I think whatever happens with this decision, we will find a way within Durham Public Schools to honor her legacy and all the things that she's done. And so the question is how how that happens. But I think there is a commitment of people who want to figure out how we can honor her. And so happy to move on, board, if there's a consensus to do that.
Can I share something? I didn't realize her family was here, there in the hall.
I believe so.
That I just want to honor their time, especially if they're here, and I don't want to hold this off. Okay, I'll just let Chip get back. Come back.
Ms. Phyllis Massenberg is in the hall.
Okay, then I'll just say a few statements for the benefit of her being here tonight, if we were going to have discussion, but I will keep it short. So Ms. Massenberg, she was truly a trailblazer in Durham community. And I think we all recognize that and acknowledge it by putting it on the agenda as one of the names to consider. It did send me to do more research, and she was a classroom teacher for 25 years, from 1950 to 1975. And you think about that time frame. Then 1975 is when she became the principal, the first Black principal in Durham City Schools. With additional research, I learned that that school was the Holloway Elementary School. And that school has closed along with East End Elementary School. The children from those two schools were combined to go to East Way. And you think that's where that name came from, Holloway, East End, East Way. Upon further research, and this really took me into really curious to know more about this history here in Durham. And I went to the Durham Museum of History and learned that in 1995, East Way replaced the aged and rundown East End and Holloway Street Elementary. It was designed for 600 pupils. And it combined to get the East Way. And the Durham citizens objected to the location of the elementary school because it was in a high crime area on Austin and Taylor. City school officials, as well as nearby residents, saw the new school as an affirmation of the city's 1993 commitment to revitalizing the long blighted Northeast Central Durham area. And that's what I think really stands out is the community that she represented. And one of the statements that she said is, we don't have problem students. We don't have problem children. We have children with problems. This isn't new. We all have problems, so let's get to work and find solutions. So when we talk about honoring people and knowing their history and where they stand and where they've been rooted, I just want to make sure we're taking a look at that history as well. So if for whatever reason this school did not get that name, just know that I'm going to fight to make sure we're recognizing her some way and somehow. And that community means a lot to me as well. I visited the school. I met with the principal. He's doing some amazing things over there and really getting into some good, anyway, I said I was gonna keep it short. So just know that I am committed to making sure that we honor her in some way and charge the administration to look at what that looks like, but we're not there at this point because we don't know what's gonna happen, how we'll decide on the naming of this school. But I did want to share that, especially since you're here. We can't take public
Yeah,
comments.
I'm sorry, Ms. Massenberg, we've passed our public comment time. But if there's anything very short you would want to say, I know you've been here for a long period of time.
Problem at all, and I appreciate
If you can come on to the mic so we can hear you.
Do know that Betty Massenberg grew up on a farm where she grew things, where she was accustomed to looking out over the landscape and praising it and blessing it and nurturing it. And so it would be, I'm like you, I am just flabbergasted with the new design for the new building, but it looks just like her. It looks just like her. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Good night. Thank you for being here tonight. Do we need a motion to put this on another agenda, or can we do that by consensus? All right. So we'll move this to our next December 9th meeting for discussion. Sounds good. All right, budget resolution. I'm handing this over to Mr. Wasor.
Well, if Mr. Monk would like to do it, he's more than welcome to. Good evening to all of you. It's getting late. This is the most exciting thing on the agenda in our minds. No, not really. Those presentations tonight were great. We come to you tonight because as part of general statute, we have to have a budget resolution approved by the board. If you remember back in June, we came to you with a continuing resolution so that we could continue into the fall. We have been waiting for a budget for a little while. And it's a little frustrating with the lack of transparency there was with the budget to begin with. But nonetheless, this is the first time in all my years of dealing with budgets, with state budgets, that a governor signed it almost immediately upon being sent to his desk. He might have thought that they might retract it and not allow him to pass budget in his terms as governor. But anyway, with that being said, we bring a budget to you tonight that's almost $800 million, largest budget ever, largest increase ever from the county that we have had for ensuring the needs of the school district. We're going to talk a little bit about the ESSER program, the COVID funds. We're going to just touch on things because it is getting late and we want to make sure you all get home before the sun comes up. So, but there are two things we have to do. We have to pass a resolution, and two, we want you to know about the fund balance usage, right? What we're committing for this year. So Mr. Modestu is going to take you through the slides, and I'll come back up, or he can turn it back over to Chairwoman Umstead to approve the resolution and approve the fund balance usage. Mr. Modestu? I would like to say that this budget crafted is by Mr. Modestu and the staff of the finance area. Alex has taken the lead, and I'm very appreciative of his efforts and what he can do for this district and his dedication to Durham Public Schools.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Lucier. Good evening, board members, Dr. Mubanga, colleagues. It's great to be with you. It's always a privilege. So we talked a lot about the budget in the spring in our budget cycle. I don't want to belabor too many of those points. What I do want to do is with this budget resolution, this is now the time where we're actually having all of our federal COVID funds included in the budget. So I wanted to kind of recap what we talked about in our initial planning phases in May, and just go over some of those details for us, as well as our stakeholders, the county and the community at large. So, you know, if you read all the newspaper articles and everything, you see a lot of acronyms as it pertains to COVID relief funding. So I just kind of wanted to go over those for everybody so we could all be speaking the same language. So there were three major appropriations that were passed by the federal government that had education relief in them. There was the CARES Act, the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, passed in the spring of 2020. There was a Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriation, or CRSA, that was enacted in December of 2020. And then there was the American Recovery Plan Act, or ARP, that was passed in March of 2021. Within each of those three pieces of federal legislation, there was a subsection of elementary and secondary schools emergency education relief, or ESSER. So CARES had ESSER 1, CRSA had ESSER 2, ARP had ESSER 3. So that's sort of the lingo, the acronyms, et cetera. The other key piece of information is that the CARES Act expires in September of 2022. The CRSA funds expire in September of 23, and the ARP funds expire in September of 2024. And then another critical piece is that the largest pot of money within CARES, CRSA, and ARP are K-12 emergency relief. Those are the funds that really provide school districts with the greatest flexibility in the use of funds for response to the coronavirus pandemic. There are other funds that we'll talk about in a nice little chart that have very specific purposes, such as learning recovery, or you could have, we'll talk about them in a second, but the key pieces are the K-12 education relief that we had 11.9 million for CARES, 46.5 million for CRSA, and 104.3 million for ARP. So we're going to dive into those. Next slide, please, Ms. Smith. Thank you. So you have the three different colorings for CARES, CRSA, and ARP. And you know, there is lots of different studies about how school finance works in North Carolina, trying to make it more simple. Every year it gets more complicated. So we have scores of what are called program codes, which are how the in-house state and federal funds are allotted to school districts. Each one of those codes has its own rules, its own chart of accounts, all these guidelines and parameters that you have to follow. So it's a lot of fun, I guess, to manage. But there are numerous ones within the CARES, CRSA, and ARP. The non-K-12 emergency relief are for very specific things like digital curricula. It kind of states, you know, what you can purchase there. Learning management system, and says, well, you need to use that for Canvas. It's not enough to cover all of our Canvas costs, et cetera. But so with those, we're following all the federal guidelines. We're excited about some. There's two in here that are still in the planning process. They're not in the budget resolution, but they're important. One is for school nutrition COVID support that we're working on, and Dr. Danner, and really it's a collaboration across the entire district. But we're excited about some of these smaller pots that are going to be helping us retain our staff members. So I want to dive in a little bit into what we've spent already and the larger plan for CRSA and ARP. You could jump to the next slide, please, Ms. Smith. So we've already spent more than 2/3 of our CARES Act funds. That's what allowed us to pivot very quickly in the summer of 2020 to becoming a one-to-one district, as well as having all of our digital connectivity for all of our students throughout remote learning in the 2020-21 academic year. We anticipate winding down and fully expending the CARES Act funds probably by the spring of 2022. And that'll be on continued IT refresh, on our making sure we have hotspot connectivity for students who need it, as well as digital curriculum in support of digital learning, and for a small amount for summer learning. So those funds we anticipate within the coming months to be fully expended. If you could jump to the next slide, please, Ms. Smith. So the $150 million, however, for those second and third rounds, the CRSA and the ARP, that's what we brought to you in May 20th this year with an initial plan. And in that plan, we had about $56 million or $55 million for academic services, just under $1 million for administrative services, under $2 million for ancillary services, $62 million for operational services, and $30 million for school level strategies. In an intervening time, we've had some amendments, some adjustments to the plan. So for example, we have our recruitment and our retention bonuses for DPS staff. We are going to spend approximately $3 million on our recruitment bonuses for teachers, bus drivers, and other key personnel, as well as about $7.5 million on retention bonuses that we just finished and actually are going to, people will see in their pay portal probably this evening right now, actually, it's already there. But hopefully they're asleep, getting ready for school tomorrow, or sleeping to prepare for school tomorrow. So we're excited about those for the staff that were with us in the spring of 2021 to recognize their efforts as well. So that's $7.5 million. We also are building up a full team of 10 COVID-19 contact tracers, a communication specialist, and a team manager. That was something that the principals and other staff members, deemed was urgent. They need to focus on instructional leadership. We need to support them in that role. So that's been added. There's been additional feedback from principals, working with Dr. Hardy on some additional academic learning recovery positions, about a $1.1 million. And then we're also reading more of the guidelines of having our allowable indirect costs to make sure that as we're operating summer learning for 3 years and, many sites that we're able to cover the additional utility costs, also with the MERV 13 filters and making sure we have the air circulation, just making sure that we're covered from an operational indirect cost standpoint. So after these adjustments, it leaves us with about $14 million from that original $30 million in unallocated funds that we're still looking at for school level strategies to support our schools over the next 3 years. Dr. Hardy's been and Dr. Danner have been doing a great job of really working with those principals. We have some preliminary plans, but we're trying not to fully expend all of these in the first year, as we have ultimately through September of 2024 to best utilize these funds to move the district forward. If you could jump to the next slide, please, Ms. Smith. So just diving a little bit into these key areas for operational services, the $62 million. We have $44 million for facility repairs and improvements, primarily for air quality and improving student health. The key point here to emphasize is that these are not supplanting items that were in the approved 10-year capital improvement project. These are projects above and beyond to improve student health that were not included in that 10-year CIP. We also have within operational services, $8.9 million for educational technology for ongoing sustaining the one-to-one student device initiative, IT technicians to go along with that, cybersecurity, software upgrades. That's going to be, and this is one thing that, if the district is maintaining this beyond COVID, that's something that we have to really continue to think about in terms of long-term planning beyond 2024 of how do we sustain these. But through 2024, we're making sure that our ESSER funds are going to cover us in this transition to a one-to-one district. We also have $6 million for enhanced school cleaning and disinfecting. And we're already seeing the need for that, not only with our high contact surfaces, but just with the fact of having outdoor lunch and lunch in classrooms for social distancing. It puts a much greater burden on the school custodial staff. And so just making sure that we have the manpower, the custodial hours to make sure that we're meeting the CDC standards and accommodating our outdoor and socially distanced lunch. Transportation costs for extended day and extended year instruction, as well as making sure we have some support for child nutrition in this modified setting. If you could jump to the next slide, please, Ms. Smith. For academic services, I'm sure Dr. Hardy would probably love to dive into all of this, but just really quick at the high level, with $28 million for summer learning. We had our 6 weeks of K-12 summer learning serving more than 7,000 students in the summer of 2021, and we plan to provide comparable service, hopefully to even more students in 22 and in the summer of 2023. So making sure we have enough money to cover that over the next 2 years, as well as 100 temporary 2-year support staff at our schools, primarily learning acceleration positions, 55 of them, 22 high needs and specialized support, primarily for students with disabilities, English language learners. And we have 23 social and emotional support positions, which we're seeing is, obviously very critical and under normal times and certainly under these times. We have 40 district-wide and itinerant school-based positions, including digital teaching and learning coaches. We're in the process of bringing on 10 media tech assistants. We have behavioral support assistants, literacy integration specialists, some EC specialists, 3 additional MLRC positions, and an outdoor learning specialist. And these are, again, 2-year positions that we're supporting. If you could jump to the next slide, please, Ms. Smith. All right, thanks. So the next piece here, the school level strategy is $14 million. We had 10.6 million in staff recruitment and retention bonuses. For the administrative services, we have our indirect costs. We have our COVID-19 team. Our human resources have just under $1 million, and other staff recruitment and retention initiatives such as the TA to teacher pipeline that you've been hearing about. And we have $1.9 million to make sure we have support for our before and after school programs. That's one of the provisions within the ARP legislation, is that you can maintain employment for existing personnel. We've had some COVID has put a lot of challenges on school districts with their enterprise programs, both child nutrition and before and after school care programs. So we just want to make sure that in the event that revenues do not support these, that we're going to be having some funding to make sure we can maintain our personnel. If you can jump to the next slide, please, Ms. Smith. Oh, sorry. I'm not synced with you. So yes, as Mr. Lasure pointed out, in this budget cycle, we did ask for $18 million in additional local county appropriations, of which we received $11.1 million, which was the largest single year increase that I'm aware of in Durham Public Schools history. And in addition to that, there was also $1.1 million in Durham County funds that they used to increase allocations for school nurses. So this was really a phenomenal step forward for our district. We're highly appreciative of that. And, you know, we look forward to ongoing collaboration in the coming years. If we can jump to the next slide, please. You know, there's a couple of data points that are critical always when we're looking at budget and finance, you know, our fund balance, also our enrollment, because enrollment drives so much of our state and our federal allotments for education. And I think most districts across the state were expecting a larger rebound in enrollment than we've experienced thus far, that the redshirt freshmen, we haven't seen as high of a bounce back as anticipated. Also with our sixth grade cohort. So our Power School data from Research and Accountability on the 20th day stood at 31,699. That's down from our high watermark of 33,750 in 2014-15. So we have a elementary school, well, Lions Farm Elementary coming on this fall. We have Elementary School F and New Northern High School opening up in the subsequent fall. But we also have the Oak Grove Charter that's planning to open this fall as well. It's just a very dynamic environment, and we're working right now on our enrollment projections and modeling with Office of School Planning. But just that this is a phenomenon that we're seeing, that enrollment has not rebounded as much yet, both in Durham Public Schools and statewide. Most of the comments on this slide, I'm happy to say, are moot at this point, because the Appropriations Act that was signed by the governor this afternoon included a hold harmless provision where the state will not reduce funding to school districts beyond that they will provide what was in their planning allotment. And so you'll see in here 108 districts actually had enrollment that was less than what DPI projected. And so that's what we get at the start of the year. You know, they also do their own projections, and they give us enrollments based on those, and they're going to hold those to what they had projected. So that was a very welcome component of the Appropriations Act that just passed. That is for the 2021-22 school year only. But we're very pleased with that. You can jump to the next slide, please, Ms. Smith. So fund balance, estimated unassigned fund balance and assigned fund balance allocation. We have $3.9 million in committed fund balance to make sure we're supporting our ongoing operations. There's a lot of unknowns that we have in the spring. For example, the health insurance in the final bill is $7,019 per year, which is a jump of over $700 per staff member. We were anticipating 6,500. Retirements also higher there. We didn't know whether or not there'd be a hold harmless. There's some components of bonuses that are in the 2021-22 Appropriations Act that may have an adverse impact on local governments, depending on whether or not they let us use our own ESSER dollars to offset it. But this is just making sure that we're going to be staying within our total budgeted dollars by having this $3.9 million assigned fund balance. And that leaves us with an estimated $7.68 million in unassigned fund balance. and we should be having our CAFR hopefully coming to you all, the auditors in December to pinpoint those numbers, but those are our estimates as of this current point in time. So if you can jump to the next slide, please, Ms. Smith. I don't want to belabor some of this too much because it's in our budget resolution book, our budget at a glance at the front and everything, and looking at the late hour. Just a couple of quick points. 56% of our general funds come from the state, 34% come from the county, and about 10% come from the federal government. The 163 million in capital funds, those are primarily the limited obligation bonds. We're still looking at the full funding of the 10-year CIP. We have some 2016 GEO bonds that we're spending down, but the bulk of that are limited obligation bonds to make sure we can move forward with the initial phases of our current 10-year CIP projects. The 153 million in federal non-recurring COVID relief funds we had just discussed. And we have our child nutrition of just over $18 million in our various grant programs, largest of which would be for pre-K. If you can jump to the next slide, please, Ms. Smith. And so we're looking at our personnel who works for Durham Public Schools. Just about half of our staff are teachers, about 25% are instructional support personnel, operational support personnel at about 15% or 805 staff. And it's always daunting every day just to think about the complexity of what it takes. You know, obviously, as we're seeing in the Great Resign and all of the shortages, what it takes to run schools, from, you know, getting to school, nutrition, and everything that happens in between of getting home. So it's really just daunting to think about making sure we can continue to support all of our staff, and that's what we're aiming to do. In terms of how it breaks down, we have about 60% of our staff are funded from state funds, about 24% are funded locally, and about 6% are supported federally. So I don't want to belabor these too much. I think I want to jump forward a few slides, Ms. Smith, just for the sake of time. If we jump forward a few more. So budget risk, you know, at the time that we had to submit these, we didn't have a state budget. We have one now. We could talk about some details on that if you want, but we didn't want to. That wasn't signed into law until this afternoon. So we've got the details if you want to discuss that. But there are a few. There's some lots of good. There's some not so good in there. So the revenue uncertainty for enterprise programs, you know, that's something that we're continuing to monitor. We have some contingency within ESSER. Our substitute costs, our substitute rates are just, we've never seen anything like this. And that's not something that the state really supports. Very few of the program codes have any funding built in there for state supportive subs. So that's just something that we're continuing to monitor as we're seeing unprecedented rates. But by and large, there wasn't anything catastrophic in terms of an unfunded mandate within the budget. Well, unless you consider the capital costs of the K-3 class size mandate, but that's been ongoing. Now we're just seeing it in full effect. But just with that, with the sake of time, I wanted to just turn it back over to you all, Mr. Lasser, for any questions before a vote.
Mr. Sears, and is that your hand, Ms. Valladares? Yeah, Ms. Valladares.
Yeah, so no specific questions. I think you guys have done a nice job laying this out. I do want to, trust me, I know we're late, but I'm lamenting the fact that, you know, this is item number 15 and it's 11:30 at night and our staff are de facto rushing through this. We used to spend like 30 minutes to an hour on this. This would be like one item out of 4. And this is one of the best ways for us to know what's happening in the district when we take the time to process this. The other, I think, is kind of user end. What are kids saying and what are teachers saying? So we got a lot going on, so I understand it, but I think we need to really look at how we pace out our meetings so that we can give the appropriate time to this. There's a million questions in here. We just nearly doubled our budget. And that's amazing. So thank you. I'm sorry that we're rushing through this, but we'll take some more time with the materials, I think, and come back with additional questions. We see you 3 times a year or 4 on budget resolutions.
Budget amendments, we'll have 3 in total.
This is-
One will be in August.
This is the
third
first one.
This is the resolution. We'll come back in January with a budget amendment 1 near May, June for budget amendment 2, and then as we close out the year, budget amendment 3.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for this. I agree. We definitely need more time for a robust discussion. I do want to bring into context caps on funding, especially for most vulnerable students. We have talked before about caps on EC and ESL students. And I just wanted to, just put that out there. It doesn't have to be like a full response all right now, but this is something to keep in mind because as we're looking at proficiency growth and we're looking at who are the students that have experienced the most adverse impact from the pandemic, the data is very clear, and I really love our admins, Dr. Julie Spencer, thank you so much, and everybody else who's like letting us know where we're at. But those state caps, how do they figure into these fundings, into the funding?
So the 2021-22, the budget bill includes an increase in the EC cap from 12.75 to 13%. But it does not change the 10.6% cap for ESL. And we have more than 15% of our students have IEPs and also more than 15% are English learners. So we're still well above both caps. We were hoping to see the LEP or English learner cap increase and a larger increase in the EC, but the EC is still, or it's going to be 13, English learners still 10.6. Also with the English learner funds, zero can be used for interpretation, translators, liaisons. They can only be used for English as a second language teachers. And so any support that we provide in terms of interpretation, family liaisons has to come from local dollars or reallocated from other federal dollars.
Thank you so much. This is definitely a longer conversation. I'd love for you all to come back with costs, especially as you looked at the capacity, like our ESL, that's a specialized role. ESL teachers are a specialized designation and our retention rates, that's an HR conversation. We just need to look at the full picture of how we're serving our most vulnerable students. And the data is very clear on where our students are being most affected. And so I really appreciate you all giving us the numbers. And I think I second what everybody else is saying. Like we need to bring you, have enough time to delve into all of this. I really appreciate all the hard work you're doing. Thank you so much.
So just for a refresher, we're going to start back with budget information in December. So December, January, February, prepare for March rollout of the superintendent's budget to you all. So we're getting it lined up as we try to put the budget together now that the state budget's passed.
For discussion from other board members, Ms. Byer.
I'm just so appreciative of the way you all present this information. It is the most transparent budget, school budget in North Carolina. And unlike the General Assembly's budget that was prepared in the dark, y'all have brought it with great detail. I did see concern, like our folks are trying to figure out when they're going to get, they know that their bonus is coming tonight that we were able to do, and that's reflected in this budget. But they're also wondering from the state budget when those changes might come. Do you all have any sense on any of the timing of that?
So with the information, it's about DPI deciphering it, working with fiscal research to lay out what the real plan is as far as that goes. They're hoping to have us information by the second week of December. For the purpose of us being able to move forward with our allocations. Bonuses that are being put out by the state are more than likely going to be paid out in January from that standpoint. We have to have it done by January 31st, so we'll be looking in January to do that.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I hate that the state didn't do better by people, which is what education is. And, you know, when you look at some of those bumps, they're a tank of gas a month or something. I mean, they're not enough and they're not even keeping up with inflation. But you know, I look forward to maybe y'all's analysis of that in December and diving into some more of what was just passed. But I'm so appreciative of this work. Thank you.
Thank you all again for this budget presentation. It's kind of, you're right, we've doubled our budget and it has me also thinking about sustainability. Not a question for tonight, but I'm sure you all are also thinking about that as well as we spend the ESSER funding, what happens next? So not a question to be answered, but just something that's on my mind. So thank you.
Should I
We do need a
make
motion. This is for action.
I would move approval of the budget resolution for fiscal year 2021-22.
I'll second.
Been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Mr. Lee. Any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. Passes unanimously. Thank you. Now accept a motion to go into closed session.
I move we go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Lee, seconded by Ms. Valladares. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. Passes unanimously. We're now in the closed session. All right. We are back. Dr. Mabenga.
Madam Chair, I'm here to seek your approval for the personnel report as discussed at the closed session.
Move approval of the personnel report dated November 19th, 2021.
Second.
It's November 18th.
November 18th.
Right, my computer says the 19th,
Mhm.
so it's dated the 18th, but yes, I would amend that.
Been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Mr. Sears. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, please use the same sign. Passes unanimously. And with that, we are adjourned.